Good morning, everyone. Uh, if everyone, just to remind everyone that no cell phones while we're in session and everything, and if you're going to be a witness, no, to leave the area now.
I have a question for the city. How many witnesses do y'all have left to call? Okay. And Ms. Byrd,
Uh,
we
we-
have the exhibit of the list that was presented.
Yes, sir.
My question was, how many of those witnesses do you plan to call everybody on this list?
We've already called Nathan Watkins, which is number 14 on our list. Short person here. Better? Okay.
Yes.
Do you have our order of witnesses or a list of
We do.
witnesses? Okay. Yours might be in a different order than mine, so my apologies. We tried to put them in the order we would call them. Deputy Taylor Sullivan would be removed at this time. Oh, thank you. We're going to give the chairperson the updated list with our order. So you can scratch off that first one, which is Deputy Taylor Sullivan, Mr. Mason.
Is that the only list you have, is what you gave him?
All the other people are listed on your that, but we could make another list of this. Okay. And of course, we're in the middle of handling Mr. Major Presley. Everybody else that's on here, I anticipate calling.
Okay. With that said, I've closely looked at the list and went over several of the testimonies that you're planning to calling these witnesses for. And we've heard on several days now, in several cases of what we're talking about as far as the crowd, as far as what things were like out there. We all have a sense of that. And I feel like that several of these witnesses will be redundant to what we've already heard when it comes to talk about the record drivers, city workers. We all have a really good feel for what happened. We knew it was a chaotic day. We're hearing this over and over and over. With that, I'm going to make a motion to the chairman that several of those witnesses be striked so that we can move forward in a timely fashion.
I understand that. May I respond at least at first, please?
Sure.
And I can go briefly over the folks that I think you might be talking about and what I would think they would add to what you've already heard. And if nothing else, we can make a proffer in relation to that information, condense it down as you request. Okay? I mean, my first thought is I don't particularly want to, and I understand, though, the objection. First off, Andrew Thames is in relation to the pavilion rental information. And so what he would be providing to this quorum is the fact that there was not a pavilion rented on Sunday, which is a requirement in a city ordinance. Bob Blanchard, we might be able to resolve him. I believe that we have already introduced the GPS information.
Can we respond back to you on these individually? That way is that fine
Yes,
with
sir.
you? So on that first one, and this is my opinion, I don't know if this is the commission's opinion. I think we're well aware that there was not documentation saying the pavilion was rented, so I don't know where that would come into play.
When we're talking about this AI 2504, the whole purpose of the investigation at the very first press conference even was what did we know and when? Why didn't we shut it down sooner? And that led to this wide net of conversation. And then it's later that they decided to focus, which we'll get into. So this again covers Sunday during the day, and he will make it clear that there was not any pavilion rented. Nobody made any inquiry of them if there had been a pavilion rented, and that the information about rental is on the boards at that location, readily available. Every Tuesday it's updated. That would be the information that he would proffer and would be part of our record.
I don't think that has any bearing on what we're here for, though.
No, I agree. It's, I think we've got a good handle on that aspect of it already, in my opinion.
Can we note that as a proffer then, as to what I've just said, meaning it's an offer of proof so I can keep a record together? And with that, we had our exhibit number 27 that's in your notebook that I would request to be a proffered exhibit, meaning it'll be part of our record even if it's not introduced as an exhibit. I'm seeing heads going up and down.
Yes.
Is
Yes.
that's okay, Mr. Chairperson?
It is.
The reason we're asking for the chairman to do it, the statute, I think as your city attorney will tell you, it's the chairman who decides what's admitted and what's not admitted. I'm not trying to, keep you from doing it, but from a legal point of view, I think that the chairman has to make the ruling or it's null and void.
That's correct.
That's correct.
You are correct.
I am simply making a motion.
Yes, sir. and I appreciate that. We just wanted to make it clear, we appreciate your viewpoint, but we just have to have it official.
Gotcha.
In which case, then that takes care of number 2, and we've made the proffer. Can we get number 27 out of our book? We'll provide that to the court reporter. Go ahead and strike off Bob Blanchard. Shelley Young is with Helton's Wrecker Service. Everybody on your witness list? Shelley Young.
I'm sorry, I
Fifty
can't really
young.
hear what you're saying.
I'm sorry, Shelley Young. She's with Helton's Wrecker Service. The reason that she would be called and what she'd be bringing to this conversation is on Sunday, they were going to be some of the first wrecker folks that came to actually remove cars and tow them. And so what she would add to that is she took a video, so you will see the number of cars that were in those 2 locations as they were starting to have those cars removed. I think that's important for our conversation when we're talking about what did we know and when, and what actions did we take to help protect folks who were out there trying to have a good time. You had a whole lot more people that were there before we started towing vehicles.
I agree with what you're saying, but in all respect, we know that there were a lot of cars, and the city has stated that Officer Byrd did everything right leading up to the shooting. She did everything right afterwards. And this is just me as a commissioner. I see that as being redundant because all of those people in the next 5 people down are basically saying the same thing.
Agree.
I'm not looking at the same list you are, but I'm happy for us to do that individually. Let me just add this. Obviously, Ms. Young was also there when the shots were fired. So she's going to have firsthand information in relation to what everybody did, not just what you saw, but how she felt or, firsthand information. That part you have not heard. You've watched video.
Okay, next person.
I'm sorry, sir.
The next,
Oh, so have we removed the objection in relation to Ms. Young?
I don't.
He was also a citizen, and we're talking about the citizens, at the vigil. So it'd be nice to have another citizen.
That's right, that's your witness.
And I'm happy to provide a response on behalf of the City of Conway. I'm not going to jump in on all of these, but this is something that we discussed at our initial hearing, the hearing on our motion in limine. And one of the positions they're taking, as I've stated over and over, is they're trying to make this a referendum on what the City of Conway did over that weekend. I understand that the administrative inquiry was into everything, but this appeal is on Ms. Bird's termination. Ms. Bird does not have the ability, does not have standing to appeal everything that was decided during that administrative inquiry. This is limited to her termination and why she was terminated. This is not a referendum on everything the city of Conway did or did not do during that weekend. And so respectfully, I think that any information pertaining to the number of cars, we've discussed that a lot. The number of people that were out there, we've discussed that a lot. Someone's feelings, which is what they're talking about, an individual's feelings on what they saw prior, right? That's all leading up to. That's all, how did the city of Conway handle this prior to? That's not what this appeal hearing is about. And so I think that it is not relevant for our purposes. I think that this hearing has been going on for a number of days. And if we hear from all of those witnesses, it will go on for many more days. And so I think it's not relevant to what this commission is deciding. And so I don't think there is a reason to have these people come in and discuss the state of the number of cars or what they were doing when they were towing. And these individuals, the towing people, the city employee with the barricades, they weren't with Ms. Bird when she was responding. They weren't in her patrol vehicle, weren't at Fifth Avenue Park when she got there, and that's what this case is about. That's what this appeal is about.
And I appreciate her response, but these people were after the shots were fired and they weren't in her cop car, but they were very close to her.
Mr. Chairman, it looks to me like this is somewhat peripheral to the topic that we're here for. And I agree with Mr. Moore that I think this is probably more redundant than adding additional germane information to what our basic consideration is. And I understand where council is coming from, but I really don't see where that's going to be beneficial to us as a commission, in all honesty.
Well, I think the point that's being missed on the record, people, is they were at the exit to Central Landing. They saw what Ms. Bird faced on trying to get out of there, and how many times and how many comments have every one of the city's witnesses made about that. They've talked about her should be able to get out of there faster, and the record people saw what she was facing to get out of there. So I think it's highly relevant to what the city brought up. I also agree that it's taken a long time, but it was just like yesterday. We spent time talking about what the prosecutor's office supposedly told somebody else that told somebody else, and that's not relevant to whether she violated the rules. But the city is complaining about the time, and they're the ones that are probably taking 80% of the time we've spent so far.
After watching, the videos that we saw of her leaving, we did see the obstacles that were in her way and everything, and that it did, I'm sure, slow her down some. So I don't know that it's necessary to bring someone else in and say the same thing, because we saw it all on the video several times.
One other point, now, we're not lumping Shelley Young and Blake Pepera together at this conversation, right? Right now, we're exclusively talking about Shelley Young,
Correct.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
If that's the ruling of the court, of the commissioner, I understand that. We need to make a proffer in relation to what her anticipated testimony will be. I'm going to let the attorney who would be handling that, you haven't heard from him yet, so I'm going to let him introduce himself, make that proffer, and it will be your number 28 video. Ask that be introduced as a proffer for the record. Is that admitted as a proffered exhibit?
Do you have any objection to that or anything to say?
I have no objection of it coming in as a proffer. I would state this, however, generally proffered exhibits are not seen by the people who are determining the facts. And so I understand that can be maintained, set aside as a proffered exhibit, but it's not something that this commission will be reviewing when making a decision on this appeal.
Okay. Thank you.
And I have no objection to that. And folks, you can note your number 28, it might say what the item is, but it does not have any, like, there's no thumb drive of the video. Okay. Anything else you need to make a proffer about in relation to her? Okay. The next person is Blake Papera. He is with the Helton's Wrecker Service. You would have seen him in the video taking actions. However, what additional things that he would be bringing in? Would you like me to find that on your list?
We're
We've
looking
got
at
it.
it.
Okay,
Some reason I didn't get that list, so that's why I was asking.
okay. In Mr. Papera's case, what he would be adding, shortly, the 45 minutes or so before the shots fired, you had a large amount of people who ran from the location. It's when you heard the testimony of, that I questioned Officer Watkins about, wherein somebody told him information about guns on scene. Shortly after that, I believe the time is gonna be about 7:11 p.m. So shortly after that, Mr. Papera came on scene and actually encounters Mr. Watkins, who is in his police unit, and asks him to assist him by going over to visit with the people to tell them your cars are about to get towed. Also would have been a really good opportunity for him to investigate on foot whether or not there are any guns on scene or additional information. So that's what he would be adding. You've had Officer Watkins say that he didn't quite remember the conversation, if I recall correctly. So Papera would be directly telling you what occurred. There is an accompanying video that we have obtained that's from the park restroom area that's going to show the unit, police unit, come through that first parking lot, stop, because you see the other cars behind him, stop for several minutes, and then Mr. Papera is going to show himself as he comes across screen, and that is going to be introduced as well as evidence. So not only his testimony, but a video in relation to that information.
I think we could keep him as a witness.
Thank you, sir. I can have 1 second, please. Thank you for giving us just a moment. Of course, before I take action, I need to consult with co-counsel and also my client, especially since I got to deal with her when we're done. Officer Shaylin Smith. We had listed, she had given text messages. I can get that in under Officer Byrd in relation to actions that she took and the flyer. So Shaylin Smith will go ahead and voluntarily remove from that list. Next, we would like to keep Officer Rachel Keir. No, it's like Keir, trying to make sure I say her name correctly, Kear. Officer Keir was on scene part of the day on Sunday. She will also talk about trigger events in relation to dash cam and body cam, how those connect, the screen videos, or not screen videos, but trigger event pictures. We have those listed as our exhibit number 33. We have not introduced those. At this time, they were given to the court reporter. They've been identified, but there was an objection from the city council, and they wanted the attorneys for the city, and they wanted a little bit more information and groundwork. So Officer Rachel Keir. She would also have information in relation to potential bias on the part of the AI investigator, Mr. Kennedy, Lieutenant Kennedy. Let me give him his due.
Problem with her testifying. I have no problem with her testifying. Chairman, what about you?
She will be fine.
I'm putting keep next to the ones we have no objection about. Next is Lieutenant Chris Padgett. Lieutenant Chris Padgett was going to be on duty that entire weekend. He's a lieutenant during the day, and so he has direct knowledge of events on Sunday. Shortly before, there's going to be important information. He's the party who sent a text message up the chain in relation to the party from the lieutenant level.
Was he on duty, or did you say he was going to be?
He was on duty both Saturday and Sunday and is aware of events. And on Saturday, and I think I need to make a little bit of a proffer. I understand I've had limitations about, let's just talk about Sunday, okay? But part of this proffer would be Saturday, we knew this was the same promoter, same events the entire weekend. Saturday, when the Faulkner County deputies were working security, there were 2 of them to start the party that was at Toadsuck Park. That party spilled over into other locations, including Knights of Columbus and over at Fifth Avenue Park. And he's going to have direct knowledge of those events. He sent a text message advising the major, then Major Presley, in relation to, or had a conversation with him about that party event on Saturday, and then he will talk about what he was directed to do. And Sunday, he sent information, or there was a communication between him and Major Presley. That's part of what we're going to be discussing today with Major Presley. And so Chris Padgett, Lieutenant Padgett, would be important for us to establish what that communication was on Sunday about these events and what people under him were to do, for lieutenant to sergeant to guy on the street.
From my perspective, I do understand totally where you're coming from with that. My only concern is that we all know that the party, we all know that there were several parties. I don't know what conversation can be given to us that would make us think any different.
It's not to establish that there's a party, sir. It's to establish what did everybody up and down the chain know, and when did they know it, and what actions did they take. You know, part of what we're doing today is not just, did Brittany Byrd violate particular policies? If you find she did, you're looking at what's the appropriate punishment. Do we uphold? Do we do something different? You can consider that. So important in that information is going to be, what did everybody else do in relation to these events? Not just after shots fired, but what did we know when, and what did we do on Sunday? And that would have a direct impact in relation to your opinion as to what, if anything, you might need to do.
I'd have to disagree with that.
And I can make just a brief comment. I stood up just to make clarification. Lieutenant Padgett was day shift, so was not on the shift when the mass shooting occurred. In addition to that, I understand Counselor Byrd's position, but we're talking about, and I understand her saying that, you know, if you uphold that she violated policy, then you have to look at the appropriate, was the disciplinary action appropriate? I understand that. But we've been talking about the responses of the other officers after the mass shooting, right? Looking at that, looking at how they responded. I understand they're making comparisons, right? That could be relevant. What happened in the beforehand and how officers responded to the parties, that's not the same as how Officer Byrd responded once shots were fired, and how other officers responded once shots were fired. That's the focus.
Additionally, let me add just one thing, please. Lieutenant Paget has also been in Officer Byrd's chain command. Additional testimony will come from him in relation to prior awards, achievements, certificates, things of that nature.
Again, I think we got those in our packet, and from what I can tell, she's a very, very well-decorated officer. I don't think anything he can bring different than what have been given to us.
And I understand you have a packet. Those are anticipated exhibits or working documents at this point, but they have not been introduced. If council doesn't have any objection to those introduction, then certainly I can work on getting that through, perhaps with a different party, because we're also going to talk with Lee Wood at some point on our case.
And I was just going to say, we'll stipulate to the awards and commendations and all of that that's contained in their packet of exhibits. That's not a problem.
And I guess that's my next question then, since we've got an Officer Byrd and and you, Miss Byrd, sorry. I think at the point, and I'd have to ask the chairman this and maybe some guidance from the city attorney. If we're given this stuff and we're not supposed to either A, be looking at it or use it as exhibits, then I guess I'm lost when you said you gave us this stuff and it's not been entered yet. So
I'm going to let Mr. Newcomb handle that particular question, but I'll just let you handle it.
We gave it with the understanding that we were going to introduce it, and I think when we proffered it, we made the comment that all of it wasn't introduced and it was done for housekeeping, because if we had to wait, look at all of it, we would take hours to get all of them mechanically entered. So we gave them with the understanding that they were going to most of them were probably going to come in and it would save time. But now, that maybe it's not, we've done this a whole lot different than a trial court. Yesterday, we had the lawyers testifying, which would be called leading questions. So, and we didn't object, even though they're really the ones. So yes, technically, you're right, sir. But we were trying to streamline it as much as possible. If we had to hand out each individual one to them instead of collectively in that book, we would.
And I do appreciate that, because I do think that's helped a lot. And so that kind of goes back to what Commissioner Moore has said and what we have said. This packet has kind of helped us, and that's why we have looked at these witnesses and said we can see these things as they're moving parts in front of us. So not really sure what some of this can tell us any different than what's in that packet.
To me, it's different when you see something that's a plaque that says, I have a Medal of Valor award, versus hearing from the individual who might have direct knowledge of the events that led to that award and also character in relation to that. Part of what, when we had this opening statement and motion and limine hearing part, I believe the counsel for the city had said she wouldn't have an objection in relation to character witnesses. And so, Lieutenant Paget has both direct knowledge, it's during the day, and I've covered that. He's going to be talking about in a direct line of command and the awards, but also as a character witness. So with that, that's what we would ask.
So let me ask this. Did Lieutenant Paget, who I've got tons of respect for, did he give her all these awards himself, or was he part of?
I can't answer that at this point because I don't have that out in front of me.
My experience has been awards tend to speak for themselves.
Yes, sir.
The very fact that she has a Valor Award in my book tells me really all I need to know germane to what we're doing here in this hearing. Now, out of curiosity, if I were so inclined, I would be very much interested in hearing all the details and so forth. But that doesn't really help here. I think the fact that she has the Valorious Award speaks for itself, period, dot. I mean, I've earned a few of those myself over the years, as has Mike and some others.
Yes, sir.
And they speak for themselves. We don't need to have them all laid out to make, to enhance our reputation, if you will, or our character.
Yes,
And
sir.
I appreciate and understand and fully do appreciate the fact that she has that award. But the details of it, to me, right now, at this point in time, are not germane.
I would have to agree with Commissioner.
And I understand your position. Hopefully, none of you have ever been in this spot and been sitting in this chair over here, and we've heard 4 days worth of, she went away and drove 26 average. That has a connotation to her reputation that a plaque doesn't necessarily give it the due justice. And that's why we would ask respectfully. I understand your position, and certainly if that's the ruling, we're just going to move on. Just wanted to impart the why. So I appreciate you listening to me. Commissioner Mason, do we have a ruling then that we have a stipulation as to the award packet?
I'm like the rest of them up here. I mean, I have seen all of them, and I mean, they were great. A lot of times the story behind them would be interesting, but at the same time, I would like to move on also.
So first, are we okay with the stipulation as to number 48, which is the award packet being introduced as an exhibit at this time?
Counselor, are you okay with that also?
I have no objection to it. I was going to make a brief comment on the proffered versus what's contained in your binders. And so,
I need to
Commissioner
look
King,
at my 48, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what?
Do I need to look at my 48?
No. Stipulate to 48, that's fine. That can come in. I said earlier, and I've told them before, I'm fine with that coming in. So 48 stipulated to. But Commissioner King, you were talking about we have these binders, right? Some of it's been admitted, some of it hasn't. Technically, right, all the commission is supposed to review is what's been admitted. And so I certainly understand why they made the binders, right? It makes it easier. But I wish that it was separated out in between what's been admitted so you know you can review that, because I know y'all take those home and you're looking at exhibits that actually haven't been admitted. So I'm not sure exactly how to handle that, but that is a concern because there are certain exhibits in there that I absolutely have an objection to.
Mr. Chairman, I'll revert back to court. She's known that book's been in y'all's possession and what's been in it since before we even, or at least the first day of the hearing. She made no objection to it being given to you. And the Arkansas Supreme Court, in thousands of cases, say, if you don't object, you've waived your objection. She may have had a valid objection, just like we may have had one yesterday about them leading witnesses. We didn't object, we waived it. She didn't object, she waived it.
This is not an objection. I'm not objecting. I do have objections to certain exhibits, and we've been doing that throughout this hearing, right? Anytime someone tries to introduce something, either side gets to object. I understood they were handing y'all a binder. I've never been provided with that binder. I understand y'all have one. I understand there are exhibits in there. The only point I'm making, which I think is consistent in every court in the state of Arkansas and every federal court, is that the people who are making decisions, the finders of fact, which is this commission, what you're looking at is just what's been admitted. That is basic. I'm not making some evidentiary argument. It's just a simple fact. That's why we move for admission, right? That's why we ask that a exhibit be admitted so that y'all can review it. So my only point is they have provided y'all with these binders. I understand that, was not given a copy of that binder. And all I would ask is that the commission attempt to just look at the exhibits that have been admitted. That's my only point. They have a lot in there, and some of it I will object to if they try to introduce it.
Mr. Chairman, do you have a decision on Lieutenant Paget?
Yes, Lieutenant Paget will let him be a witness.
Okay. And Ms. Byrd, could we move on with the
Yes, sir.
list?
Yes, sir, we will. Monty Matthews, Lieutenant Matthews is the lieutenant that was on duty on Sunday night and also responded to the location. And in order to play additional materials from his dash cam, body cam, we're going to have questions about those.
I have no problem with
I'm
that.
fine with Lieutenant Matthews.
Sure.
Thank you. Next is Dusty York. Dusty York is one of the folks who works at dispatch. Her voice is going to be a lot of what you hear on non-audio or non-911 audio calls. Some of them are also where we had dispatched about people running and what was said. If you'll recall from Officer Watkins' testimony, I believe he said he thought that he had also said over the radio the information about guns at that location at the time that he saw people running and encountered the lady. And so she's going to be talking about what information did she know, what was she given over the radio, what did she make a note about in the CFS report in relation to these events. And also at that time, we would be playing one of the recordings that we do have from the non-audio 911 that was between Dusty York and Officer Byrd right after that exchange.
Mr. Chairman, I think that might be a key to tie some of the other communications together. That would be the one side we haven't heard yet of those communications that took place. It's just my thought.
I have no problem with
I agree with
Dusty
that.
York.
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on. Thank you for giving me just a moment. Next on the list is Officer Sean Riddle.
I'm fine with Riddle.
Have no problem with Riddle.
Thank you. Next is Officer Cameron Pugh.
No problem with that.
Fine with you.
Commissioner, is the ruling from the commissioner is
Yes,
we're keeping him?
I concur.
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
thank you. We've already called Mr. Watkins. We've already had a conversation with Sergeant Sweet. I will not be calling him again. Next, we have Mark Nelson. Is there any objection to Mr. Nelson? Briefly, I can address it while you're
Please.
reading. Mr. Mark Nelson has both worked as law enforcement and has his own businesses in relation to data and what he does with data. And he builds software, he builds programs. And he's also testified on both Faulkner County level in our circuit courts and on the federal level as well in relation to some of those. For instance, we're going to be offering him as an expert, period. He has testified in relation to, he created software for federal law enforcement to go in and they could plug he put it on a thumb drive, he had his own material on there with a software program he built. They can plug it into somebody who has been previously convicted of a sex crime and know whether or not on their computer there were known images of child pornography on those because of information that he built. That's the program he built. So he can take data and give you additional information because he creates programs that tells us additional things we want to know. In this particular case, we're going to have a PowerPoint in relation to the information that you heard, starting with even Lieutenant Kennedy, was provided in a PowerPoint that was one of our exhibits. He's the one that figured out, based on our GPS, the radio, and other information that we were given, that there was a lag. We have 3 different systems with different times and the lag between those 3 to show the same date and time. So we might have one event. GPS would have been the first time signature. 30 seconds later, you would have the dash cam / body worn camera time. 10 to 13 seconds later would be your radio log. So he's going to testify about those things and what information would have been known at what time, but also in relation to the GPS data that was provided for all of the folks that we were given data for. He's going to be able to tell you information about those files. The reason that this expert was brought on board to begin with, you heard Lieutenant Kennedy say, gave us this data, you can take it to Google Earth and plug that data and see the route, right? He showed it as little yellow pins on the screen. When I did that and took that data and put it onto Google Earth, I got information that were blue dots that said undisclosed location or undisclosed data and did not have a badge number on it. Everybody else's data that I got, all the other officers that I got, had their badge number off of every single location marker. So I wanted to know, why does that say that? Plus, there were time differences. We discussed that earlier. So he looked at that. He did a forensic in relation to that data. We then requested a separate copy of that data. So that's what he's going to be talking about. Not only that and the data, but also he can tell you, based on the data of Officer Byrd, how fast she was driving at different times, the braking at different times, because of the speed and location of each one of those. You can't simply say, from this point to this point took this time, so we average out and take out all of the driving technique.
So let's figure out how we want to deal with Mr. Nelson. He'll be proposed as an expert witness. We have his CV. I will grant him, is an expert in security system engineering. He worked for Axiom, and when there was a security threat to their network system, he goes and takes care of hacks, cyber attacks, that thing. He is not an expert in geolocation mapping, in GPS data and how it works. He's going to try to give opinions regarding geolocation data and mapping, but he's not qualified, and to my knowledge has never been qualified as an expert in GPS mapping and then extrapolating that speeds. So I bring that up to go, how do we want to deal with it? We will be challenging his qualifications as an expert. In a courtroom, how it would typically happen is he'd get up, hear my qualifications to give the opinions, then we'd take a break. I would get up and go, are you really qualified to give the opinion in the field that you're representing? Just wanted to map that out for you all, how we want to deal with it when it comes to that time.
Only one follow-up to that. He doesn't work for Axiom anymore. He has worked there in the past. But make no mistake, he works businesses, and his businesses create software to deal with data. And that's what he's an expert in, and he's done that. I mean, he's not an expert in child porn, but he created a system for federal authorities to go in and check for. He knows how to work data.
Right, I didn't mean to limit the guy's experience to Axiom. I know he worked for IBM too. I know he's got 18 years of experience in dealing with cyber attacks on a company's network system. Fine, good. Does not have any qualifications to give expert testimony in geolocation mapping.
Chairman.
Do you know if he is certified?
In relation, I'm
right.
going to let him talk about his qualifications. You know, there's no plaque that you can go apply for to be I'm certified expert in the field of blank. His field is data. In which case, it's going to cover, in my estimation, and what I'm presenting for this court, is it's absolutely what he does. He can take the data that they provided. I didn't ask him to go find geodata. They gave it to us. And I said, what can you tell me based on the data that they have provided? And that's what he's going to
But again, that's going to
about.
be his opinion, correct?
No, sir, he'll be able to line it out for you, how he came to those conclusions.
That's his opinion, though.
I think it will be backed up by the data and the software that he created. Yes, sir.
And so the long and short is, Commissioner agreed, it's a proffer of expert testimony. Let me offer this to you. However, again, we want to get into it. There are, in fact, master's levels degrees in geographic information systems, which is simply a master's level degree offered in GPS mapping. He has no such degree. I have no idea what his bachelor's degree is, but I know he doesn't have any sort of degree or certification in geographic GPS mapping.
I would point out, just if he wants to talk about that, they offered and had Lieutenant Kennedy testify about GPS and the mapping and all that, and I didn't hear, they put on a person that didn't have a master's degree and elicited his opinion, but they don't want somebody that does it and is testified in federal district court on it to testify. He's put together the type, it will show you the speeds broken down, it will show it where there is acceleration. That one of the arguments is that she wasn't doing it fast enough. What was it when you can't take an average, because I can't go around the corner, it's 50 miles an hour in suburban, but I can go down a straightaway at 50 miles an hour. There, one might be at 5 or 10 miles an hour, so averages are thrown off. His testimony is relevant. His education is not the sole criteria, and I think if he's been qualified to testify, he can tell you what he's been allowed to testify by the circuit courts here in this county and in the federal court, and you can decide what weight to give his testimony, just like you gave whatever weight you're going to give to the lieutenant's testimony about the same thing.
And I understand Mr. Newcomb wants to blame me and Annie Depper with all the problems on this case and sort of make
I'm
personal
really tired of
comments
them
about
making
us.
commentary like this. That is
Yeah.
inappropriate.
And so am I. And so am I, Angie.
Make your
Second point
argument.
is, we did not present Lieutenant Kennedy as an expert witness. He simply presented the findings of his investigation to this commission.
He gave his opinion.
Two is, while I'm speaking, two is, Mr. Nelson has never testified in federal court as a geolocation expert.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It seems that with all the questions that, at least in my mind, based on those geographic, Google-type data that was presented, and some of the disparity in that couldn't be explained about the different sources, the way they were captured, and the gaps and so forth. To some degree, that raised more questions in my mind than it provided answers. And while Lieutenant Kennedy, as they stated, is not an expert in that area, and as the expert witness, quote unquote, they're wanting to introduce is or is not, I don't know, expert, it seems to me that to err on the side of caution, it might be wise to admit that witness and just see if he brings any clarity, or at least in our minds, as to what disparities we saw in the presentation initially. Now, that's just an observation and a thought. I'll yield to whatever the commission so desires.
I'll agree.
And that's perfectly well stated. And what I was trying to get at is, I'm going to challenge this person's qualifications to give expert testimony. I was just asking, let me give you a heads up. When he's done with trying to qualify himself, if I can get up and challenge those qualifications, and then you all will decide, expert, not expert, and y'all will make that decision.
You can keep Mark.
Thank you. Just a moment. We can go ahead and remove Sergeant Chad Wilson. We have stipulated to awards. There's a separate binder in relation to some of the things that he had written for that Medal of Valor. So with those coming in, that would be our number 47 and 48. then we'll remove him. Our last two, Lee Wood, Major Wood.
I'm fine with Major Wood.
Yes, very fine with that.
All right, and the last one is Officer Brittany Byrd.
Fine with
Yes.
it.
Appreciate you keeping her. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can have just a moment because I don't know if you're ready to begin or if you're wanting to take a break at this moment.
It's almost 10 o'clock. Do you have something to say, and then we can take a break? Yep. Okay. 15 minutes be okay?
That's what I was just fixing to ask you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I circled
think there's a
mine.
couple.
Do you want me, oh, okay.
We're gonna go to. We can wait 5 minutes. We should be ready in about 5 minutes. Yes.
Sure witness for my cross. Hot off the press, he says 15th, I am good on Monday.
Good.
I think he's in the,
Where's
little
Presley?
area up front. I thought I saw him, I thought he was.
And Major, you do remember that you are under oath still.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
The other thing we learn is you always wait till somebody says begin. Major Presley. Good morning. It's been a minute.
In a while.
It has been a while. I have questions for you. 4/13/2025, can we agree that prior to shots fired, that Officer Bird's performance was exemplary?
From what I saw, she was doing what she needed to do.
And can we note that during that time frame, if not for all the towing and getting folks removed, we would have had even more people at that location?
Say it again.
If it hadn't been for the fact that we towed a lot of folks, there could have been even more people at that location at that party at the time shots were fired.
Yeah, it could have been, yes.
And 4/13/2025, upon getting to that northwest corner of the park and to Officer Pugh, at that point, everything she did was good performance, exemplary.
Before when now?
When she got to the other side of the park where Officer Pugh was at,
Okay, go ahead. And the question was?
at that point in time, what she did after that point was exemplary.
Oh, she did good work. She did
Hey.
good work, yeah.
Thank you. Now, before the shots were fired, we've already covered, Saturday had problems at a tow suck, right?
Mhm.
She was part of the team that shut off the power.
From what I understand, yeah.
Okay, and there were even a couple of shots fired complaints from that night, right?
I believe so.
You don't recall that?
I wasn't involved in what happened that Saturday night.
Okay,
I knew there was a party and I believe there were shots fired, but I wasn't, when it all happened, I wasn't involved in
okay.
that.
But your involvement for Saturday was simply as the major to get information about who was working security?
I wasn't involved in any of that.
On Saturday night, did you get information that Faulkner County was going to be working the security for those events?
Well, Saturday night or Sunday night?
Saturday,
No. Nobody called me Saturday night.
okay. In relation to Sunday, that was the same promoter, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, Fifth Avenue Park, that's up on the screen. That's a 10-acre park, right?
Okay.
Looks a little bit smaller when we're looking at it on screen, but that's a big area, right?
It is.
You recall that Lieutenant Paget told you during the day shift that there was a party with the same people for Sunday?
He sent me a text that there was a party. That's all I remember it saying was there was a party tonight.
Having a large gathering, no security?
That may be what he said. I don't remember exactly what the text message said, but he did send me a text.
Okay. And that text message, so you don't recall what it said?
I just remember him saying that there was a party, just to let you know there was a party or something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words, what he put in there.
Okay. And I don't mean to harp on it, but the importance of this gathering here is We're having an AI investigation. Part of that's to be thorough about what everybody knew and when they knew it, right?
Okay.
Do you recall when you got that text message?
It may have been around 5 o'clock or so, maybe.
What was your reply to him?
I believe I said 10-4.
Was there any information that you gave him?
No,
Did you ask him any other questions?
no,
Did he tell you how many people were there?
no,
Did you look at any park cameras?
no.
What is the mobile field force?
There's a field force that we have for basically for events when may involve large gatherings, maybe protests, maybe getting out of hand, stuff of that, things of that nature.
The whole idea there is it's 800-40, it's under the civil disturbance policy, is that correct?
It sounds right.
And that includes under definitions when you have a unlawful assembly of persons where there is imminent danger of either collective violence, destruction of property, or other unlawful acts, right?
Okay.
And that the mobile field force can be used for several reasons, including assist at the scenes of large gatherings.
Okay. Yes.
Why did you not employ them?
I didn't have any reason to.
In relation to your response, you basically said 10-4.
Yes.
And you did not go ahead and ask for additional information.
No.
Why not?
You was letting me know there was a party.
We knew it was a problem Saturday. Sunday, we have information during the day. It didn't occur to you to ask additional questions?
I didn't know of any problem Saturday. Again, whatever happened Saturday night, I had not been advised of.
Okay, so in relation to Sunday, basically you said 10-4 in a text message, you took no other steps.
The only other step I took was I went ahead and called, I sent Lieutenant Money Matthews a text and asked him to call me. And when he did call me back, I just made sure he knew about what Lieutenant Paget had told me, which he did. And I think maybe somewhere in that conversation, I told him, just go ahead and shut the party down.
What time was that?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think it was too late. I mean, it wasn't too long after Lieutenant Paget sent me that text, but I don't know the exact time.
Was it close in time to the message that you received from Lieutenant Paget?
Yes, I feel it was, but I just don't know what time it was.
You don't remember?
I don't remember what time it was.
Were you ever put under Garrity or given any type of interview in this AI?
No,
Do you know why not?
I don't.
Did you provide them copies of any of these text messages?
No, I wasn't asked.
So prior to right now, you had not given any interview information to Lieutenant Kennedy about your involvement, correct?
No,
You didn't ask any other questions, so you didn't ask, did they rent the pavilions?
no,
Didn't ask if they had requested a special permit?
no,
And you didn't look to find out how many people were there, so you might be able to employ the civil disturbance policy, is that correct?
no, I didn't.
Just 10-4.
10-4.
Major Presley, at any point, did anyone under you tell you that there were guns present at that location prior to shots fired?
No,
If you had been told that guns were present and people were running, you would have done more, wouldn't you?
if I had been told that, I would have done something. I don't know what exactly, just depending on what I was told and what information I would have had, but that's a whole different set of circumstances, so I can't say exactly what would have happened.
What should an officer do if we have a large gathering, we have 1,500 people, multitude of cars, we have a whole multitude of people start running, and somebody says they got guns up in there? What should they do?
Investigate.
And how should they investigate it?
One of the simplest thing to do would be to go and look, get out and go look and see what you can see.
Get out and look.
Mhm.
So not in a unit, go walk through.
I would say go walk through.
And at a minimum, they should tell everybody else, shouldn't they?
Yeah, people, it should be, and information should be put out.
Specifically, we've heard a lot about backing other officers up and taking information and doing something with it. That's one of those things we should tell the other 3 people working that scene, right?
Correct.
Somebody telling us they got guns up in there, that might be criminal activity,
It would be possible.
or escalation of a large scene such that we might need to do something.
It would be possible.
And isn't it also possible that you could have employed this mobile field force within 45 minutes easily,
Thereabouts.
if you had known?
If I had known, I can't say exactly what would have happened, but
You would have done something.
I probably would have gotten more involved.
You wouldn't have sent another text saying 10-4, would you?
No.
What that officer shouldn't do, if they, after that knowledge, they know that there's guns on scene and a third party, a record service person comes up to him and says, come with me over to this crowd so I can tell them we're about to start towing cars. They should go with them, right?
I could see that.
They shouldn't tell them, I'm not going over there. That's 1,500 people that don't like police.
Okay, no,
They shouldn't say that, should they?
no.
The conversation that you sent to Monty Matthews, Lieutenant Matthews, I'm going to try to use everybody's, that's, rank is important. You sent him a text message and said, call me.
Yeah, call me.
Do you recall what time it was when he called you?
I don't remember.
What specifically did you, now did he call you from his cell phone? Did he call you from a recorded line at the PD?
I
What
believe it's
means-
the cell phone.
And what specifically did you tell him?
Well, I just asked him, I don't remember the exact words of the conversation, but I can just tell you that I asked him, I wanted to make sure that he knew about the party, which he did, and before I hung up, I just told him to just shut it down. But the actual word-for-word conversation, I can't give you that. I don't remember all that.
Was it close in time to this? You think it was 5 p.m. when you had a conversation with Padgett, right?
I think it was around 5.
Now, he's the daytime supervisor, right?
Right.
So when does he leave?
He should have been leaving at 6.
And what time does Lieutenant Monty Matthews come on?
5:30.
So was it right as he was coming on, or had he been there a while?
I don't think he'd been there very long.
So it wasn't immediate after hearing something from Lieutenant Padgett that you sent something to Matthews. You waited a while?
It was a little while, maybe. I don't have a time frame for you. It wasn't very long.
Give me an estimate. Was it 5 minutes? Was it an hour? 2 hours?
Maybe 10 or 15 minutes, maybe. I just don't know.
And what do you recall telling Mr. Matthews?
So I just wanted to make sure he knew about the party, and I did tell him to shut the party down.
And what was his response to you?
Maybe just said 10-4, okay, whatever he may have said to acknowledge what I said.
Did he give you any other information?
Not that I can recall.
Now, AI 25-04, that was, before I get to that, we were talking about the policy 800-40, civil disturbance. If I can approach. I always ask that question if I can approach. Is that a yes? Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Major, is that an accurate copy of the policy 800-40?
It appears to be accurate.
I would ask that that be introduced as Respondents Exhibit 1G.
Okay.
Sorry, but we were not provided a copy. And if I can reserve an objection until we have a chance to look at it. Let's continue on. I don't want to hold everybody
Okay.
up to continue
Yes.
on, but I'll sit here and read it and make an objection if I need to.
Okay, until that time, then I'm going to hold on to the copies that are for each of the members of the commission. I did give them a copy. The AI 25-04, that's a department-wide investigation, right?
Yes.
There was no complaint. Let's spend a moment talking about how internals work. I know we have a lot of people on our commission who are law enforcement, but maybe there might be some questions still as to how maybe Conway does it. AI investigation starts with usually somebody's made a complaint. It's specific, right?
A lot of times it starts with a complaint of something.
And that person, once they're notified that they are a subject of a complaint, they get that notice, correct?
Correct?
And then when they fill out their form, these are your rights, they are advised at that time they are a subject, correct?
Yes.
We do the investigation about it, right?
Okay, yes.
At the end of that investigation, they get a copy of that, so then if there's going to be a review board, they're prepared. Is that also correct?
That's usually what happens, I think, yes.
Now, in this particular case, coming back to AI 25-04, it didn't have a complaining party, right?
No.
At any time, we didn't have a complaining party. Is that correct?
The investigation started out with a general investigation to see what, if anything, the department may could have done better in those regards. At some point, it did turn to an investigation into Brittany Byrd. So at that point, I guess that we would be the complaint. I'm not sure. I don't know what led to that part of it, but
Let's talk about that, right? Now, you had said, let me cover this first. To your knowledge, no one ever came to the police department and filled out a form that said, I'm making a complaint about the events on April 13th on Officer Brittany Byrd.
no.
Everybody was a witness at the time we started this, and so that notification to them was blank, right?
Notification to,
Right, the form that they fill out notifying them of their rights, telling them whether they are a witness or a subject. Is that a, I don't know my numbers, I'm going to say this wrong. Is it a 209, 49? What's the Garrity one?
the
And,
Garrity form, what you're talking about?
yes, and the one
Okay.
that tells them that notice about the investigation. So everybody thought they were a witness, right?
Yes.
Now, yesterday, you said that the AI focus changed due to statements made at a vigil, right?
No. The statement is made at the visual stand alone. I don't know that that's why that the investigation changed though. If that's what came across, then no, that's not what I was trying to put out there.
So that you just thought that it focused on her because of things you heard at a vigil?
I don't know why it focused on her. That, all I was saying was that's a possibility.
Okay. So you're not giving any factual testimony yesterday? You're just saying, I went to a vigil, somebody made comments, I think that might be why we focused on Brittany Byrd. Is that right?
It's a possibility. I don't know.
What is it
Her
for you?
name-
That's what I'm asking.
What for me?
I'm trying to figure out, we're here on an AI 2504. You want Brittany Byrd to stay fired. I'm trying to figure out, when did the focus change to her? When did that happen?
I don't know.
Now, you are a major on a review board. Did you not ask that question?
No, I didn't.
Now, yesterday, you said, I don't know when the focus shifted, no idea, but that you thought it had to do with the vigil for victims and they complained about a response. Do you recall that testimony?
The testimony about your revisual is not what I was saying was why the focus was on her. Because when those people making those comments, I didn't know who they were making those comments about.
Okay. So then let's back it up. Were you at the vigil?
Yes.
Did you hear any comment about officers leaving?
Yes.
And who told you that? Who did you hear it from?
It was people making comments in the crowd that was there.
So just random people.
Yes.
Who told you that the focus changed to Officer Byrd after the comments at the vigil?
The first I know about the focus actually changing was Brittany telling me herself after her second interview.
So you didn't know until the second interview was over for Officer Byrd.
Right.
What is your factual information as to why the focus started centering in on response times and routes of any officer?
I really don't know. I guess I'm not sure what you're asking exactly.
What information, to your knowledge, factually, not your opinion, factually, when was the time frame that this focus in this AI changed to response time of officers in general?
I don't know. I just don't know. I wasn't conducting the investigation, so I just don't know that answer.
It wasn't rumblings by unknown officers at CPD?
I don't know.
Lieutenant Kennedy talked about law enforcement rumblings. That's the only reason he said he went to the chief and they ended up looking at a different focus.
I mean, if that's what he said, then take him
But
at
you
his
don't know.
word.
Welsh said, I'm going to quote him, like Lieutenant Kennedy said, rumblings, even though he wasn't supposed to know what was said in this hearing. That was interesting. But then he said the vigil. He mentioned the vigil. Now, yesterday, you and Clay Smith both mentioned the vigil, but neither one of you talked about other rumblings within the department. So who's telling me the truth? Was it rumblings from other officers unknown at the police department? Or was it something that you heard at the vigil?
When people were talking about the things they were saying at the vigil, I had no idea who they were talking about, so nothing changed for me. Actually, I blew it off. I didn't know what they were talking about. I didn't know who they were talking about. They were just saying officers left the scene, so that's all I knew.
Do you recall listening to the mother of, she's the mother of the son who was killed in this incident? Do you remember her talking?
At the vigil?
Yes, sir.
Vaguely.
You recall her saying this party should have been shut down earlier when the kids first ran?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall Chief at his first press conference being asked the same question, why wasn't it shut down sooner? Do you recall that?
At the press conference?
Mhm.
I don't remember that. I mean, I remember the press conference itself, but who asked him what, I don't remember.
So why wasn't it shut down, Major Presley?
I don't know why.
Instead, the administration started focusing on response times. This other was never even a topic, was it,
What wasn't?
for the review in relation to what we knew when and why wasn't it shut down?
No.
I have heard from numerous witnesses now, and I keep hearing feelings versus, I call it factual feelings versus facts. So I want to kind of get into this. So I've heard review board members giving an interpretation, their feelings about whether certain facts and policies were violated in certain ways. We've already talked about the fact that this should be complaint, specific, notice, allegations, interview, right? Investigation.
Generally speaking, yes.
This was more of a secret till we get here and I hear from each person.
What was the secret? I'm not.
In relation to, let's talk first. If this situation came down to, at the vigil, there was an allegation that they want to know that CPD officers drove away. It's what you testified about yesterday, right?
That's what people were saying.
Were they talking about driving away between the shifts, between the day shift and the night shift being there?
Don't know.
Were they talking about after the first group of people ran because there were guns?
Don't know.
Was that somebody drove away after shots were fired?
I took it as somebody drove away after shots were fired. That's the way I took it. Now,
That's your interpretation. Nobody was specific about any allegation. Is that correct?
Didn't talk to anybody specifically about what they saw.
We agree that if it was they drove away between shifts, well, day shift, that's not Bird. Doesn't have anything to do with her, right?
No.
When did they leave? When did they leave the area?
Oh,
Day shift, when did they leave that area?
I'd have to go back and look at the investigation itself to figure that part out.
And you said you didn't have any other information other than there's going to be a party 10-4.
Correct?
You didn't ask any other questions.
No.
You don't know anything about an investigative steps by the day shift?
I don't know what they did. No.
If the vigil folks were talking about after the first group ran, which was about 45, 50 minutes before shots fired, the only person who drove away during that time frame before shots fired was Watkins, right?
I may be right. I'm not sure. I wasn't there. I don't know.
So the folks talking at the vigil, did it not occur to you to ask more questions? I'm hearing people talk at a vigil and they're saying the police department has failed to do something. They drove away. That was your testimony. Would it not occur to you to say, let me ask a couple more questions because we want to make sure that we address any concerns you have?
No, I did not.
If it's after that first group running, the only person that ran who drove away, didn't run, drove away was Watkins. Is that correct?
Maybe. I don't know.
Now, you did review this investigative file, right?
I did.
And you knew we were having this hearing, right?
Okay. Yes,
And this is a very important decision, right?
it is.
But you don't recall whether or not Watkins was the only person after shots fired who left the location of the park prior to shots fired?
That's a lot of information in an investigative file.
Would it have stuck out to you if he talked about people running and that somebody told him that, a lady told him that there were guns?
Yes.
Do you recall in his interview that he did not mention that he went to Buffalo Wild Wings? That he said he was on Oak Street
I
when
remember
shots
that.
fired?
I remember that, yes.
When you find out after his GPS data that he's actually at Buffalo Wild Wings, why wasn't there a second interview?
I didn't ask for one.
Why would there not be a new AI on him for lying?
For me, I didn't think he was lying.
For him to say in a quick time frame, these things happen, I go up to Oak, flip around and come back because of shots fired. We find out he's at Buffalo Wild Wings. Buffalo Wild Wings is not on Oak Street, right?
It's off Oak Street on Amity.
Right, it's on Amity. I don't say, where's Buffalo Wild Wings? It's on Oak Street. Do you?
No.
At the review board meeting, did you guys talk about Watkins at all?
I don't believe so.
If the person at the vigil had actually been talking about driving away after shots fired. Now, we've already covered the fact that no one ran to the park, right?
No one is, who,
Police officers.
after the shots were fired?
Yes, sir.
Right,
We have 3 officers out there at the time shots are fired, correct?
correct.
Pew, where is Pew in relation to this? I can see in the bottom part of our screen in this picture, that's the church. Between the church is on the left, the funeral home is on the right, and there is one exit there, correct?
Right here?
Yeah. Down at the bottom, sort of in the middle. That's the exit for that area of the park and funeral home, right?
Yes.
That's where we have 2 officers, Byrd and Riddle, correct?
You're in the parking lot of the funeral home, yes.
Yes, sir. Pew is at the top. Oh, thank you. The pointer is good. He's up there. You see the cursor?
Yes.
That's the northwest corner, correct?
Hmm?
Pew didn't get out of his car and run, correct?
I don't believe he did.
Riddle did not get out of his car and run. He was out of his car, excuse me. Neither Riddle or Byrd ran to the location.
Right.
Nobody did. The location, I still don't know because I didn't have a copy of any criminal investigation. The AI investigation does not tell us where we had location of this shell casings. So tell me which of those areas had the shots in them and the shell casings.
Well, I can't tell you everything about where they are or where they were. I know there was a lot of them found.
They were spread out a big way, right?
Yes,
Big area.
yes.
Well, tell me this, were they on the splash pad? That's right in the middle, right? That's that big blue.
Yeah.
Was some of them there?
I don't know.
Was a shooter there?
I don't know.
What about, where do you recall shooters being? You testified about this yesterday. Where were they?
I don't know where the shooters were.
Okay. Where were the individuals who, I don't know how to say it tenderly, who were killed in this?
Well, as you say tenderly, the bodies were over by the pavilions.
Okay, over by the pavilions is a very large area. Were they on the parking lot side of the pavilions?
You're looking at, okay, move the cursor up a little bit more if you,
You see the grassy part that's between these 2 parking lots, between the 2 pavilions?
Oh.
Up?
and this is
There,
just
were
what
they
I
in
saw
there?
when I got there. There was a body by, closer to that first pavilion, then there was a body over by the second pavilion in the grass.
But were they on the grass side of the pavilions closest to the parking lot side?
If you just, if whoever's moving the cursor can move it over a little bit, they were right in there.
Okay. And in relation to between that point and where Officer Byrd and Officer Riddle would be, we have obstructions, correct?
Okay,
Needs to be a yes or a no.
yes,
We have trees, we have structures, we have the bathrooms. Part of the splash pad is in the way, right?
it may have been. I mean, they can answer that better for themselves.
So this is you. You made a determination that she was lying to you and that she knew exactly
No,
where
ma'am,
we
no,
were.
ma'am. I never said she was lying to me.
Oh, well then clear that up. What did you mean when you were talking about she knew exactly where this area was?
No,
That
I
she
never
said
said
right
she knew.
here. What
Those
is that?
were, that was her saying that to Officer Sergeant Sweet, yes. That's what she said. That's not me saying it.
So you're saying that she was not lying when she said this area?
She said the shots came from this area. I believe that's what she believed. Else she wouldn't have said that.
That's your interpretation of the comment she made. She did not say it happened right here, did she?
No, she said this area.
And where was she standing with Sweet and everybody else when that comment made, when we played that
I
video?
can't say exactly where she was standing. Somewhere from what I could tell from the video, towards the center somewhere, but I can't say exactly.
Towards the center, as in close to the splash pad?
I would think more towards the, grassy area, but I just don't know.
whatever comment she made then, all you can really tell us is that she said it came from this area.
That's what she said, yes.
And you're not making any affirmations to this governing body that she was lying to you when she made that comment, or that she was lying to anyone when she made that comment.
I'm not calling anybody a liar. I haven't said that at any point.
Okay, that's good. I can approach. I'm sorry, I will ask every time. I'm going to show you what I have marked as Exhibit 51. I'm sorry, it's grainy. It's going to be a picture. Is that a copy of Brittany Bird's supplemental report that she made?
It could be. It appears to be.
And just so everybody understands, anybody that's not law enforcement, when we say supplemental, we have an original report. So whoever the case agent is makes the report. Is that correct?
Correct.
And anybody else who's law enforcement that does any action in it, their report gets attached to it and they call it a supplemental. Is that right?
Right.
Is this an accurate copy of her supplemental?
It appears to be, but I have to sit here and read the whole thing. It appears to be.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'd ask that that be introduced as Exhibit 51. We're going to, thank you for giving us just a side note, Commissioners. This is a report that was discussed yesterday in direct testimony. He's going to look over his copy of that real quick. Just know that I have tendered that as an exhibit. We'll wait for him to review that, right? But
Okay.
I think he's okay with me continuing with my conversation with this witness. Yes?
Yes.
I know it's a little grainy. I gave them the copy that I had marked on. This next to the last paragraph, if you'll start with while and read that for us, please.
While unloading the barricades, I heard a long series of rapid gunfire coming from the center of Fifth Avenue Park.
I'm sorry, officer, I'm going to get you to slow down and speak up a little bit since we're both making a record and I have difficulty hearing. I was going to leave that out, but
While unloading the barricades, I heard a long series of rapid gunfire coming from the center of Fifth Avenue Park. I was unable to see exactly where the shots were coming from, but I could tell that multiple firearms were going off simultaneously. The large crowd started to scatter and run in all directions, and the high volume of vehicles immediately began speeding from the area. Officer Rilland and I ran back to our patrol units and responded to Fifth Avenue Park. Officer Pugh was already on scene on the far west side of the park to work a property damage accident at the time the gunfire began.
thank you. That's good. The main purpose for us to have that conversation. Even in her report, which they had them write immediately, right?
I don't know when they wrote them, but it should have been fairly quickly, yeah.
Kind of the debrief, what we call a debrief period before you even leave for the night. You got to write them.
Usually, yes.
She says, I was unable to see exactly where the shots were coming from, right?
Right.
which stands in line with what she said in the interview, right?
When there was
With
a point in
Lieutenant
the-
Kennedy?
When there was a point in the interview with Lieutenant Kennedy where she said that we didn't know where the shots were coming from.
Right, which she just said, and we read.
Well, we didn't know exactly are two different things.
Can we put it a different way? Can we agree there's a difference between I know the general area versus I know exactly where it happened? Right?
As far as she knew exactly, no, I never said she knew exactly where it was. But she knew by her own admission in that report, she knew that it came from a general area in the center of the park, which is, that's what that is. I mean,
Maybe. You don't know where they were standing or where they were. You told me where individuals were who had passed away. You told me where shell casings were, but you said they were all over.
all of that's
right?
correct. But I'm
She
just
didn't
going by
lie
what
about
she
that.
said in what her statement in her report. That's all I'm going by at that point. She said from the center of the park. That's a fairly good explanation of where the shots are coming from. I mean, is
Were
it
there any
exact?
shell
No.
casings in the middle of the park at the splash pad?
No, I didn't do any of that investigative work to collect any shell casings. And I hadn't
In
been any part of the
relation-
criminal
In
investigation.
relation to when you hear gunfire, sound bounces, right?
And under certain circumstances, it does.
Some of those circumstances can be structures, right?
Hmm?
Metal,
It could be,
buildings,
could be.
splash pad,
No,
bathroom structure. Anything that gets in the way is going to disseminate part of that sound wave, right?
in certain circumstances, but that's a very general statement.
Including people. You got a lot of people between that. You got a lot of cars between that location and an individual. It's going to disseminate part of that sound wave, right?
That's possible.
So again, if the person at the vigil was describing driving away after shots fired, we've talked about nobody ran to the park. Let's talk a bit about shots fired versus shooting. If I have one officer and two calls come out simultaneously, one is a shots fired and one is a shooting, what's the priority, sir?
Priority is to figure out where those shots are coming from and try to, identify the threat and then move to stop the threat.
That was not the question. Which call do I go to? Do I go to the shots fired or do I go to the shooting?
If they're out simultaneously, there's going to be officers dispatched to both.
We only have one officer, two calls come out. Is it shots fired or is it shooting?
If a call comes out that somebody's actually been shot, that's where I'm going.
Yes, sir. Wasn't a trick question. That's the priority. Because shooting means we have a victim, right?
Shooting means we have a victim.
When we had these events on April 13th, at first, what Officer Byrd and Officer Riddle knew was shots fired, correct?
Correct.
Now, they know what gunfire is, right?
Correct.
And they knew that we had multiple weapons, right?
Correct.
Nobody is saying, you're not saying that they knew people were injured until Pew said something on the radio.
Correct.
In which case, they need to drive from where they were down here at the bottom of the screen to get to the northwest corner, correct?
No, why would they need to do that?
We just covered the fact that nobody ran that distance, and that's a 10-acre park. Are they going to get there faster if they run through cars leaving, people running everywhere, and go through the situation? Or are they going to get there faster and have their med kit if they get in their vehicle?
And from where they would have been faster to run over there. By the time they ran all the way back to their vehicles and drove around, they would have been on scene quicker if they just ran across the street.
Okay, and you're making that opinion now in a vacuum, looking at a blank screen with nobody in the way, right?
And that was my opinion all along.
If the priority is a shooting, well, let's move forward. After Officer Byrd made her statement over the radio, the communication about shots fired, there was no more shooting, correct?
I don't believe there were.
So we did not have an active shooter event.
Well, to me, it's still an active shooter event because you could have somebody simply reloading. You don't know what's
That's true.
about to happen next.
It could be any of the above. I'm going to agree with you on that. But does it meet the definition in relation to that?
That's, in my opinion, that's an active shooter event.
But there weren't any other shots fired, correct?
I don't believe there were.
Let's say that you don't know that information and the possibility is there that there could be some more shots. It's going to be difficult to hear any part of that if you're running code and have all the lights and sirens and a dog in the back barking its head off. Can we agree with that?
No,
We can't agree with that?
no.
You don't think you won't be able to hear those things?
I've been around, I've been lights and sirens. If for some reason I can't hear my radio, I turn my radio up so I can hear it. No, I'm not a canine, never been canine.
Did you watch the videos in this case?
I watch a lot of video.
Did you watch Bird's video dash cam that was going at the time that shots were fired?
Yes,
Did you hear her dog in that?
I don't recall hearing a dog.
Dog barked so loud that Officer Kennedy thought it was the shots sitting here. Couldn't hear the shots. Let's move forward. If the allegation in this case as to why we should focus now on Officer Byrd is rumblings of other officers, did you ever hear any information about that?
About the rumblings?
Mhm.
No, I don't know about the rumblings.
Do you recall whether or not it might be in relation to routes or streets?
No, I didn't hear anything about the rumblings and what they were talking about.
And you never heard another major talk about that either?
About rumblings?
As the why?
Not that I recall.
Why did they focus on Byrd?
And for me, it was watching the video and seeing what happened after the shots were fired.
No, sir, you're not the reason that a focus changed, right?
Oh, you talking about, okay. We'll ask that again, then, I guess I misunderstood you.
What is your information as to why the focus of this AI changed to Officer Byrd specifically?
For me, it was Lieutenant
Not
Kennedy's
you.
investigation.
I don't want your
No,
opinion as to you.
I'm trying to answer your question if you'll let me.
Okay, I'm going to listen better.
As far as what changed the focus, I don't know exactly what that was. All I can tell you is that Lieutenant Kennedy got some information from somewhere to cause him to focus in on Officer Byrd. And that's what led to where we are as far as the investigation changing to her.
Okay, so you don't know on the investigative level what information there was?
No.
You don't know if it came from the vigil or what was said there that might have led to it?
I don't know that.
Let's talk briefly about routes. Because all this, the only thing that I really heard from you was your biggest thing was a failure to act.
Yes, ma'am.
But I've heard other officers talking about locations, streets, and so forth, right? So I want to get to that. If the allegation here is that Officer Byrd should have taken a different street other than what she did when she left, what street should she have taken?
Well, once she got in her vehicle, she still could have gone across or tried to go across from where she was if she was going to drive around, which she ultimately did, and go up Fifth Avenue.
To be specific, let's take these one by one. You think she should have driven across through the exit that's up there, correct? And hit the curbs. Were there cars there?
Where?
The cars in that area, on the street, on the grass, everywhere.
There were cars in the area, yes.
How many officers right now have been in trouble even recently and written up because they busted a tire because they went code over a curb? Happens a lot, doesn't it?
It's common as far as running over curbs. That happens a lot.
And they get in trouble for running over that curb, don't they?
Not all the time.
So it's selective as to when we do it?
each case stands on its own.
Excuse
So-
me, Counselor, could we have about a 10-minute break?
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry.
sorry, I had.
That's okay.
Okay, I think we're ready now to continue.
Oh, wait.
Got one more. Now we can continue.
Thank you. Officer Presley, when we left, we were talking about what street, in your opinion, she should have taken. And your response was Fifth, is that correct?
Yes,
We also agreed, though, that that was very congested.
it was.
Did you watch the video of Riddle?
Yes.
Now, at the time, these are all going on, right? We're in a room. We have the luxury of slowing down, looking at video, watching this, reading something. But at the time, this is all very chaotic, right?
You're in the moment.
I
yes.
would use it dynamic, right?
Okay.
Tons of cases that we've read in the past that officers were trying to put ourselves in their position at the time, not hindsight 2020, right?
Do the best we can with that.
So we have split seconds when we're in a vehicle trying to figure out which way we're going to go, right?
Usually.
In fact, I think Sergeant Sweet had said he took a different route that took longer, that wasn't the most direct, because he thought he went what was like a double divided, a 4-lane, or he tried to get there what he thought would be the least congested. Can we agree then that that might be part of the things that you think about on what street you're going to go?
When you're responding to different scenes, even for me, yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's the best route to get there.
Now, on Fifth Street, Riddle took Fifth Street.
He did.
He didn't ever get to Pew, right?
Well, he stopped. He ran across somebody that was hurt, so he stopped and.
But let's real clear. Pew, by the time that Riddle got where he was at, Pew had now put out, he saw muzzle, he saw the flare of the guns, correct?
He did say that.
And that he had a victim at his location, right?
By the time Riddle got there,
Yes.
that could be right. I can't say for sure though, but that may be right.
And what I heard yesterday was the primary has got to be, I got to back up that officer. Riddle never got to Pew, correct?
Well, you referring are you saying in the sense of Riddle need to back up Officer Pugh?
Riddle didn't make it to Pew, did he?
No.
He didn't make it to the known victim. He saw somebody else. He got where he could.
Right.
I'm not faulting Riddle. I'm just pointing out, we're
No,
talking about taking Fifth, trying to get to Pew, but Riddle didn't make it.
No,
Right?
he didn't make it to him, no.
So the next street possible is Third Street, right?
After Fifth Avenue, Third
Yes, sir.
Avenue, yes.
I might get them confused when I say street versus avenue. The little things they do to get me. I'm going to come over here now. Showing you Third Avenue and First Avenue. Now, First Avenue, we're going to come up on Kroger, right? I mean, this particular street is a little bit bigger than these residential areas, right?
First Avenue,
Yes.
yes.
We have housings that if you're coming towards Kroger, would be on your right, correct?
Yes.
And there's a whole bunch of woods.
You're northbound, right? From Sixth
Yes.
Street, yes.
No, you're going to trick me if you start talking about northbound, southbound. I'm landmark, okay?
Well, I
If I'm
feel you.
driving towards Kroger, on the left side, we got a whole bunch of woods, right?
Yes.
There's more houses on this other side of the street, right?
There's some houses up and down the street, yes.
These other neighborhood streets, though, are a little bit more narrow. And we have houses on both sides, correct?
Yeah.
In fact, not only do we have single homes, but we have like townhouses or the duplexes. I mean,
There are a lot of duplexes in the area.
and they're pretty close to the road.
They're just right there.
In relation to these two paths, they kind of mirror each other, right? Parallel.
Which one's Third and First?
Yes, sir.
for the most part.
And when we're looking at that, the difference here, because either way, they got to go towards Kroger. That's north?
Yeah.
Thank you. Both of them go north, right?
Yes, north and south.
So the additional time and distance is we're talking is whatever it is between 3rd and 1st down here and 3rd and 1st up here on Vine. Is that right?
Time and distance for what?
The
exactly?
additional amount that she drove.
I'm not following you on that.
Okay. We're taking 3rd Street, right? And if we assume, no, she took 1st Street, the only difference in the amount of time that it took her to take either of those streets is the distance between 3rd and 1st at these two sides. Because either way, she still had to go north,
Either way, she's going to go north. Yes,
right?
she's going to go north, yes.
Are you aware by the GPS data that down here on 6th Street, it took her 11 seconds to go that distance?
No, I'm not aware of that.
So do you have any problem with the fact that she took 11 extra seconds to go that distance? Thinking on the split second, maybe I'll have less people, less houses,
Well,
easier way to go through?
let me say this. My problem with that, and part of why we're here, obviously, is that she never should have been down 3rd Avenue or 1st Avenue. She should have gone up 5th Avenue behind Officer Riddle if she was going to do that. She got lights and sirens. He used his. He made it through. She could have done the same thing.
Well, here's what I'm getting at. If a review board is making a final decision about what the facts are and what it constitutes as a policy violation, Lieutenant Kennedy said, I don't have any problem by the fact she didn't take 5th Street. You recall that? Not by his testimony here, but in the interview with her, he said, I understand why you didn't take 5th, why you would pass on 5th. It was congested.
I don't remember him saying that, but he may have. I sure don't remember that one.
And so if she looks down 5th and Riddle is trying to go between these things with sirens and she sees all the people and it's a split second, do you really have a problem if she went further to another street?
I do.
You do. So she should have taken 5th no matter what.
She should have taken 5th Avenue.
She should have never gotten to Pew. Don't worry about it. He's on his own.
No, she could have gotten to Pew. Maybe, maybe not, but she should have taken 5th Avenue because you know Pew is up there. Now you got Riddle going that way.
And we're
It don't
also
make sense for her
assuming
to go that
that
way.
everybody's going to stay right where they are so that another officer can come through there. Everybody's trying to get out of there,
No,
right?
I'm not assuming that.
Okay. Let's talk about other people's route. Because obviously that is a problem for you. You disagree with me. That's fair. I don't like it, but it's fair. Sweet came over here from the PD. My finger's just kind of where the PD is. He almost made a circle, right?
I don't know what.
Well, he drew it for us. And he came across here down 6th. He turned up Central Landing. He drew a little squiggly here where he stopped at the 5th Ave Park and went, I can't get in there.
This is who now?
Sweet.
Sweet. okay.
Sweet. He decided, I can't get in there, detoured, and came all the way around and came in 3rd down to Maple, entry into the park. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of Sweet's route.
Was that not part of your investigative file?
If it was, I didn't see it.
To your knowledge, was Officer Sergeant Sweet ever interviewed?
I don't believe he was.
Sergeant Sweet wasn't even put under Garrity, was he?
I assume you're right on that.
And he went on scene. Do you have a problem with his route?
He could have, I don't know, I don't know, that's the first time hearing about his route, and so I'd have to see a little bit more.
They didn't show you that video?
I hadn't seen Officer Sergeant Sweet's video.
I got you doing it. I'm sorry about that. And are you aware that he pulled up at the Central Landing entrance? There's one entrance to the park on Central Landing, correct? I got your picture. I'm looking.
Yes.
He bypassed that, drove into oncoming traffic, and this is double divided, right? Central Landing?
Divided.
It's got a
roadway.
median.
Yes.
Onto oncoming traffic, and then got into the correct lane and came over. You have a problem with that route?
I would have to, and also I'd have to just look at that and if I had a chance to talk with him about why he took the route.
Right now, you can't tell me if you have a problem with that route.
Just looking at it, I don't particularly like it, no.
Okay, and I appreciate your honesty. In relation to that route, are you aware that Lieutenant Matthews, Monty Matthews, came along this way, came up Central Landing, and he parked right there at that entrance to the park? He didn't pull in. He's in a lane partially and partially on the grass, but that's where he stopped. Are you aware of that?
No, I am now, but no, I didn't know ahead of time.
Are you aware that Noah Murray, Officer Murray, stopped there right in front of Lieutenant Matthews?
I didn't know that.
Are you aware they did that seconds after Sergeant Sweet detoured from that location because he didn't think it was good?
Wasn't aware of that.
It's not the most direct route, is it? Are you aware, did you watch Lieutenant Matthews' dash cam as he was approaching the scene?
No.
He didn't have it on at first, but at some point he puts on his emergency equipment. Did you watch it at all?
No.
It was part of the AI file.
I didn't watch Lieutenant Matthews.
So you're not aware that, and this is double divided on E6, right?
Yes, 6th Street.
And when he came through 2 lanes and put on that for his siren, lady or a person, I shouldn't call it, I don't know if it was a lady or not, an individual in a vehicle stopped dead in their track. Are you aware of
In
that?
front of him?
Yes, sir. And he was not happy. Are you aware of that?
Wasn't aware of that.
Are you aware of the pattern that Officer Murray took?
I looked at it, but I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Well, he was coming from the old Walmart location.
Sounds right.
When he was coming down, he bypassed or detoured past Oak Street. Are you aware of that?
That sounds correct.
So he came down, bypassed the most direct route, and came East 6th.
Okay.
Now, I'm bringing all this up because we make a big difference between 11 seconds over here, but everybody else apparently gets a pass. And I'm wondering why that is.
Well, to be clear, I'm not making a big deal about 11 seconds. My big deal is where she was at as opposed to where she ended up going. 11 seconds is not something I've been focused on.
Okay, well, let's talk about emergency equipment because that is one of the factors that is brought up. Everybody? Let's look at the ER response, page 2. Major, will it bother you if yeah, put your glasses back on. If I stand here, or would you like me to return to the podium?
You're fine.
Okay. Let's look at page 2. The last paragraph, ER response. That's under procedures. That last paragraph, it is discretionary with each officer as to whether they run code, correct?
They have discretion at times, yes.
It doesn't say at times, though, does it?
No, it doesn't say that, but
It says they have discretion.
they have discretion on the emergency vehicle conditions.
In fact, if they choose to run code, they have to comply with 2737-202. That's a statute for the state of Arkansas, right?
Mhm.
What does that statute say?
Well, I'll just read it, which requires that emergency lights, bar, and sirens be activated on authorized emergency vehicles.
Well, no, I'm sorry, the policy that's in front of you references the statute, but it does not specifically cite out what the statute says.
well, I
I'm
can't-
wondering if you know what it says.
I can't recite it to you off the top of my head,
Okay.
no.
Basically, it gives police officers the ability to speed and do what they need to do in their work, right? I'm overly paraphrasing. But they have to run code if they speed, right?
If you're exceeding the posted speed limit, you should be lights and sirens.
And if they fail to do that and any injury occurs, they're going to be responsible for that. And that is in the policy, right?
Chances are they're going to be responsible for that.
That's why the policy doesn't say you will run code, does it?
Well, you have to go down to the next bullet point, and it tells you that emergency responses shall be made involving life-threatening incidents.
Where are we looking at?
Right here. Emergency responses shall be made only when a call involves a life-threatening situation or a violent crime in progress.
Meaning you can only choose to do emergency response if that situation is occurring, not that you shall do it in that circumstance, correct?
No, it says shall.
Because above it, it says the decision to drive those conditions is discretionary,
It
period.
does, but this also applies.
That's right. Those are the bullets on it. When deciding blank, when deciding, that's what those refer to.
Shall be made.
That's right. Those are the things they shall consider.
Doesn't say consider, it says shall be made.
Yeah, let's just read that section.
Right here, shall be made.
Let's read the whole paragraph with the bullet points, please, sir.
Where to where? Right here.
Yes.
The decision to drive under emergency condition will be discretionary with each individual officer based on the following considerations. When deciding to initiate or continue driving under emergency conditions.
Okay, now hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt you. How it ends is the decision to drive is discretionary with each officer based on the following considerations. So anything that shall are the considerations that they shall take into consideration, right?
Counselor,
Sir?
I think we have,
Oh.
he has got an emergency phone call.
You okay?
Okay, yes.
Moving forward, in relation to the events of April 13, not everybody ran lights and sirens the whole way, did they?
No.
Like Autumn Smith ran speeds of Code 3, but didn't use her equipment for some distance.
A part of the way she did not.
And that would have been mandated under that particular policy.
Yes.
Did y'all talk about her in this review board?
No, I don't believe so. No.
We've already talked about Lieutenant Matthews. You didn't watch his dash cam.
No.
Did anybody make you aware in this investigation that he did use it at some point, but he didn't do it all the way?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Let's move forward to talk about body-worn camera. Now, we have a separate policy for body-worn camera and dash cam, right?
They should be connected, but body-worn camera is separate from dash cam.
They work together, but we do have a separate policy. Body-worn camera, the when and where to record does include a shall provision for it, correct?
I believe it does.
I had noted in the investigative file that we didn't have one officer advise over the radio that they were activating their body-worn camera. Did you?
I didn't notice as far as them saying over the radio. Is that what you?
And then there was a follow-up. So when we have an initial policy, sometimes we add addendums.
Yeah,
Right.
sometimes.
And Major Smith did an addendum, correct? And it says, you shall tell over the radio, body-worn camera, I almost want to say activate, but I think it's BWC 96 or something like that that you say. There's a mandate.
Yeah, usually when there's officers are sent to a call, they respond over the radio, en route or 1096, BCA.
And nobody did that. Did you see that in the radio log?
I don't believe anybody said it.
Also in this particular policy, it says activating in the midst of a dynamic event should be done when practical and safe, right?
Right.
You're encouraging officers to respond with urgency, code 3, people running, dynamic event, right?
Right.
Is it practical and safe to stop what you're doing and say, let me activate this or that?
In this event, it is practical and safe because when you get into your vehicle, as these officers did, the first thing they should have done was hit their lights and sirens. Problem solved.
But if they've not made a decision to run code, then it didn't automatically do it. The question here is, does the policy say specifically when you are to do that specifically in this instance?
As far as body-worn cameras?
Yes, sir.
If I'm not mistaken, there is a section in there that specifically references critical incidents, and you shall activate, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm wrong, we can look it up and see, but I'm pretty sure that's in there.
Right, and not everybody else activated their body-worn camera either, correct? At
Not
some
that
point, we
long.
have starts and stops. For instance, let me back up. This particular thing doesn't have in the provision of the policy that it has to be done in the parking lot, does it?
Is it actually referencing the parking lot?
Mhm.
No.
And it doesn't say while you're responding. It's specific as to timeframes, like if you think you're going to be earlier, before shots fired, she thought she had someone who might approach her and was angry about their car being towed. So she hit her body-worn camera. That's per policy. That was correct.
She can do that, yes.
And then she's supposed to tell it, I'm done with that event. So she touches the body-worn camera so it knows to save it, preserve it, so she can attach it if need be, right?
Yes.
Other officers, did you review their information, the dash cam and the body-worn camera?
I don't believe, I think I looked at Pews, Riddles. It may have been, I can't remember all who I looked at. I'm pretty sure I did those, but I may have done a couple more, but I don't remember.
Did you look at Bird's? All of her material?
I looked at hers, yes. What there
Are-
was of it, yes.
Were you aware that Lopez had multiple recordings, stop, starts?
No,
Were
no,
you
I
aware
wasn't aware of
that,
that.
were you aware that Officer Murray had 3 different dash cam videos and 1 body-worn camera? It started about 1950-31, and he was out of his car at 1950-35. So clearly his wasn't on for his drive over there. Are you aware of that?
No, I wasn't.
Are you aware that Watkins had body-worn camera, but his doesn't start till 1948-02, and he was out of the car at 1948-32. So his drive wasn't on dash cam. It wasn't on body-worn camera, it's on dash cam.
It should have been both. When he activated his lights and sirens,
Okay.
both should have come on.
Maybe I didn't make notes about that. I'll be sure about it. Were you aware that Officer Autumn Smith had 2 different dash cam streams?
Oh, man.
Let's talk a minute about record after the fact. Explain to the commission what that is when we're talking about body-worn camera, dash cam.
I guess I'm not sure what you're asking, record after the fact.
Okay, well, let me ask this. Now, you've been a major at this time, it was what, 2 weeks, did you say?
It hadn't been very long, about 2 weeks, I think.
And before that, you were lieutenant, so lieutenants still do look at, don't they sign off on reports?
Yes, when need, yeah.
But I guess at that point, you don't have to wear a body-worn camera and something in the car?
For me,
Mhm.
when I was a lieutenant still doing my traffic duty on patrol, I wore a camera, yes.
And did you watch the video when they got, it's what, V700, and it's a 4RE camera for the dash cam in the car, V700 for your body-worn camera? Is that right?
I think that's the right name for it.
And when you guys got that equipment, you had to watch a video, right?
We had training on it,
And had signed off on it.
yes.
One of the things that was discussed is that you can get the records off of that for days afterwards, because it's always running.
Yeah, the camera is technically always running.
Are you aware that you can get those?
I know there's a way to do that. I've never done it or,
Okay.
you know,
So you're aware that it is a function and it is something available. You just haven't done it yourself.
correct.
Let's talk about conduct unbecoming, unsatisfactory performance. Now, you said that the 11 seconds is not an issue for you. A lot of what I had heard already, what we just talked about, extra blocks by Sweet, extra blocks by Murray, nobody running. Really what we're talking about here is conditions, urgency. I've heard that word a lot. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That your issue is urgency? That means we're talking about speed.
It's not always about, it's not just about speed. It's about an intent to get to the scene where you need to be and get there as quickly as possible.
And we do that by looking at whether we have a speed, whether we're doing hard brakes, fast accelerations, slow down when we need to, law enforcement driving.
You can look at all that stuff.
Okay. But the only speed that you guys had was a flat average of Kennedy. Is that correct?
Yeah, he provided that for us.
So he didn't look and try to figure out between GPS locations, the speeds, hard braking, or anything else. Is that correct?
I don't know exactly what he did in that regard. I just know he did tell us that he had an average speed.
So-
Whatever else he may or may not have done, I don't know exactly how far he went into that.
Can we agree that an average speed, when it's time over distance, it takes out everything with how you drove, and it just says, this is the average from this place to this place for a certain time?
I've never done that for myself, so I don't know exactly how all that works.
What did you think that you were being provided when he gave you an average speed?
I think he provided that as to show part of her sense of urgency or lack of urgency.
So that's a decision he made as to only give you that particular criteria.
I can't speak for him on that. I don't
Well, he
know.
didn't give you anything else, right,
As far as,
as the speed?
that average speed.
And did you look at the GPS data that had been provided as part of the AI?
I looked at it. I didn't really put much into it.
Right, and maybe you didn't know what you're looking at, but I have a question about it, all right? Did you take that data? He described taking the data, go to Google Earth, input that data, and you can see the pattern of driving. And it gives you location, right? For each dot, every GPS is longitude, latitude, and a timestamp.
I guess so. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not that into that stuff.
Well, you know, we have plenty of police vehicles, right? We want to keep up with where they are, when they're there, what they're doing,
Best
right?
we can, yes.
So they all have GPS.
Yes.
And he pulled the GPS and gave them the same criteria as to what he wanted for every officer that he got it for, right?
That's what he said he did, yes.
Okay, did you take that GPS data and go to Google Earth so you could see the information?
No, I just looked at what he had presented to us, and
And what he provided to you was a picture that had yellow, looks like tax pinpoints.
yeah, I think that's what that was.
Did it have any other data about the location? For instance, I should be more specific. Did it have any of their badge numbers on it?
I don't think so. I don't recall seeing badge numbers on it.
If you take that data and take it to Google Earth and you pull up two different, everybody's and compare them, Officer Birds does not have her badge number. Would it be concerning to you if her data doesn't have her badge number, but everybody else's did? Would you want to know more?
Sure.
Are you aware that Officer Bird's data was the only one, GPS data, that was pulled on April 29th?
Was the only one?
Only one.
I wasn't aware of that.
Or that Smith, Watkins, Kyers, Pugh, the other people that he pulled, were all pulled on 5/12 at the exact same time?
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
If Riddle and Bird were the subjects, they became the subjects, because people had said something about driving away. Why didn't they pull Riddle's GPS ever?
I don't have an answer for that.
Talk about chasing a suspect. So her route in leaving, decision to leave. And we've already talked about dynamic. Serious question time. Have you ever got your facts out of sequence?
I'm sure I've been wrong before about different things.
And if you have a dynamic event and your main concern is get to Officer Pugh, and we've had multiple firearms shot trying to get someplace, are you going to remember and take in every single detail and the order that they go in? Perfectly.
Perfectly? Probably not.
Can we take that into consideration then when we're discussing whether or not somebody's being truthful?
That can be part of the consideration.
Officer Byrd said, well, and let's talk a second. You watched the church video, didn't you? Was that,
Yes.
yeah, don't get us both in trouble. Did you watch the church video at that review board meeting? Was it played?
No, I saw it after that.
You saw it after the review board?
Yes.
So not before and not during the review process?
No.
Having reviewed now that parking video, does that change your opinion in relation to the events of her leaving that location?
Parking video?
Yes, the parking lot from the church video that shows a male that she pauses for, she's looking to see certain information, 2 females lay down. That one, did you see that one?
Oh, yes.
And that's the one we're talking about, right? You didn't
Right.
see it at the review board.
Right.
You didn't have it provided to you beforehand,
No.
but you reviewed it after the review board.
Right.
Does it change your opinion?
No.
Let's talk about that. It makes sense, doesn't it, that we just had shots fired. We don't know if there's victims or not yet, but we know we have gun play. We know we have shots, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What's the first thing we're going to be looking for? Officer.
I'm trying to get there and look for the threats.
We're looking for a suspect.
Mhm.
Is a suspect going to go discharge his firearm? I almost did it. And then stand there and wait?
Probably not.
And if they had a reason that they went to that location, wanted to shoot somebody in particular, what's the most reasonable thing you think they're going to do?
I really can't speak on that. I'm not a bad guy with a gun, so I can't speak
You
on it.
absolutely are not. Let me make that real clear for anybody. But as a seasoned police officer, isn't the first thing we're doing is we're trying to find a suspect?
Yeah, we're trying to find that threat so we can stop that threat.
Once we had the first stream of gunplay between these individuals, we don't know if we've got somebody who's fleeing the scene. And isn't it reasonable that a police officer is going to be trying to see if anybody, other than the people who are trying to run from this location, looks suspicious in nature?
You can certainly look for that.
And they should be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're saying look for the threat.
Mm-hmm.
Next to that, we also want to see if anybody's been injured, right?
Right.
So doesn't it make sense that while she's in that church parking lot, that she's going to pause for the fellow who comes in front of her, because she's got to, number one, she can't run him over, right? I mean, we don't do that,
I don't know if we can help it.
right? And we want to make sure he's not part of the problem in a quick assessment, right?
Right.
And we want to make sure he's not injured.
Okay.
We make sure that happens. We're going to try to get where Riddle went, but now we've had 2 females who lay down. We need to be the same thing with them too, right? Are they part of the problem? Have they been injured?
Well,
This is a yes or no, right?
it's a yes or no, but I need to say this, if I may, because what you're saying can be, I could say, yes, that's true. But again, my problem with that and all of that is that if she had gotten her vehicle as Officer Riddle got in his vehicle, he hit his lights and sirens and he left. Those same two girls you're talking about were standing there as he drove by. The
And-
reason they had time to lay down, as you just said, because Officer Bird was just sitting in the parking lot.
Was she
If
just
she
sitting
had-
there? Wait a minute, sir. You just said she's sitting there. She's not just sitting there, is she? Now, she's further back than him, right? They weren't parked side by side. We don't see her in the video. Her unit is not in the parking lot video from the church until she moves, right?
Okay?
But she also has a dog in her car, right? There's certain special things she has to be sure to take care of when she first gets in. Are you aware of any of that?
No.
She's further back stationed than Officer Riddle. In the meantime, he takes off. We also have a tow truck that leaves immediately. She couldn't immediately just leave, could she?
Yes, you could.
Okay. So we'll all watch that and let the commissioners decide that.
Absolutely.
You think that she had plenty of time and should have?
I think that she could have done exactly what Officer Riddle did. Get in her vehicle, go lights and siren, and left that parking lot.
I think we're going to disagree. When she left that parking lot, when she gave her interview with Lieutenant Kennedy, the second interview was on May 15th. You aware of that?
I think that sounds right, yes.
So a little over a month. She's been under Garrity, can't talk to anybody. Is she even supposed to review any of her data?
I wouldn't think so, no.
So she's trying to recall what their thought processes a month ago were in leaving this location. So let's talk about some of those facts. Makes sense, doesn't it, that if an officer in a dynamic situation here, we've had some distractions, whether we agree on them or not as distractions, they're distractions in my mind. When she gets to a place where she can pull out on the other side of that street department fella, she's lost sight of Riddle going right. Can we agree on that?
No,
You think she should have kept an eye on Riddle the whole time?
where she was, it's easy to see where he's at. He's not that far down
Well,
the
because we're
road.
watching a video.
Hmm?
Because we're watching a video. Are you saying that she ought to keep one eye on all the people and the other eye watching him?
I just believe she could see him.
Okay. So let's assume that she could not. And we have an officer coming the other direction quickly with lights and siren.
When you say other direction, as in,
Originally, Riddle went to the right
okay, yes. Go ahead, I'm
on
with you now.
Central Landing. He hears something from Pew on the radio about a victim, correct? And then runs the other direction.
He comes back southbound.
Thank you for helping me there. Southbound so that he can get to 5th.
Yes.
When he comes back by Bird, she sees an officer running lights and sirens. We've had all of this gunplay, and we just talked about, number one, is we're trying to find suspect. If he's running fast and hot, does it not make sense that the first thought is, wow, we might have somebody, and go?
If
Just
you-
that.
Yeah, if you thought that, then that should have been what
Okay.
happened.
And then pretty quickly, though, maybe you figure out, no, there's other factors at play, or he slowed down, or he didn't do something that draws your attention to it, so you know that's not the case.
Okay,
Like, that
but-
could have happened fast, right?
But I have to back you up for a second, if I may.
I'll let them do that. Moving forward. Do you understand that between 5th and 3rd is when communication came out about gold rims?
That sounds right.
But when Kennedy had his interview with Officer Bird, he actually told her that she was way at the top of First Street. Do you recall that?
He did say that.
And that was wrong, wasn't it?
I don't know if it's wrong or not. You got.
But we just talked about it.
Well, what I'm saying is that 5th and 3rd sounds right, but he may have been right when he said she was up by First Avenue. I don't know for sure where she was up, and I know she's in that general area.
It's hard to have that information when you don't have it right in front of you, isn't it?
True.
Kind of like Bird when she was in that interview, right?
I
Yeah.
think that's a different set of circumstances. When an officer should be, I get what you're saying. It was a month down the road, and we can definitely mess up. But you should know where you are at certain times. You should be able to put that out there when asked.
Have you heard of situations where officers have been in gunplay I have a for instance. One of my boys was in one, and he looks like a linebacker. I mean, he's a big guy, works the line, and he hid behind a telephone pole while shots were being at him. And question's always been, how many shots were towards you? I don't even know. It happens a lot, doesn't it?
That's common.
Officer might discharge their weapon. They don't know how many times they discharged it, do they?
It happens.
Getting back to what Bird said in that interview, she makes it plain even when she's telling him what she thought. If he corrects her or he says, no, that information was later, the information she gave was correct information, just in a different order. Is that right?
That's possible.
Back it up. Pugh did put over the radio that he had a vehicle with gold rims, and that's where the shots were coming from.
That's where you thought the shots may have been coming from. He did say that.
Pugh also got on the radio before that and said, I actually have somebody who has been shot over here.
Yes.
We had bits and pieces of information from Pugh. Yes?
Yes.
And that's all things that Bird told Lieutenant Kennedy in that interview, correct?
I believe she said all those things.
Can we agree that in that interview with her that he got argumentative with her?
I don't think he got argumentative with her, no.
Do you think that anybody conducting an AI should tell them that they're not making sense right here? I'm here to make points that you're not making sense. Is that appropriate?
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that in that interview.
But certainly that could make her frustrated, right?
Depend on the people involved, maybe. I don't want to speak for her, obviously.
We're talking about out of sequence. Welsh testified. Who's on the review board? We got the chief, Welsh, Clay, Smith. I should say majors on all these. Chief Harris, Major Welsh, Major Smith. Those three of everybody else on there are involved in a federal lawsuit right now against them, correct?
I believe so.
And at the time of your review board meeting, they had not been released yet in relation to their personal liability or the allegations. Are you aware of that?
I believe you're right on that.
Now, Welsh testified at this hearing that the review board members at that time had been released. In other words, we didn't have any agenda. Wasn't a problem. We'd already been released. That wasn't true, was it? I'll give you out there. He admitted that it wasn't true, that he had made a mistake, that he got it out of sequence.
Oh, okay.
So the
Commissioner,
determination.
Chairman, I almost said Your Honor, I'm sorry. I think we're asking him something about what Officer Welsh or Assistant Chief Welsh stated. I don't think it's relevant to this because he's not even part of any of it.
Okay, thank you for that point.
I understand the question, yes, sir. My only reason for bringing it up has to do with sometimes things are out of sequence.
True.
Correct? And that can not necessarily means or equals a lie, does it?
Not all the time, no.
Touched on yesterday, and I want to make sure about it. I'd not heard it before, location of shots fired. I think we talked about that. To be clear, you aren't saying that Officer Byrd possibly saw anyone that was injured originally as soon as shots were fired?
No.
Okay. Or that she saw a shooter?
No.
When Officer Byrd was in that second interview with Lieutenant Kennedy, she had not been given any other rights form in relation to now being a subject. Are you aware of that?
Or being the subject of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
I think that's correct.
During that interview, she did not refuse an order, did she?
I don't know if she was even given an order to refuse.
When we're talking about insubordination, at some point she invoked the right to have a witness present, correct?
Yes.
And she said, I will be happy to answer any further questions, multiple times, correct?
She said that.
She also said, I don't want to argue with you, right?
Did say that.
And with that, I will pass the witness. Well, before we get there, a little housekeeping. Now, I have made a offer. I'll take the microphone, you can take the mic. In relation to one of these you didn't have a problem with, which one was okay for you?
Right, so the incident reports, the Brittany Bird's narrative that's contained in the incident report, no objection.
That's Exhibit
Thank you.
51, sir. It may be introduced.
May be introduced.
All right, we'll give it to her. I will make a copy for everybody once we take a break.
And
And I
then,
think this would be a good time for a break at lunch.
Yes, sir. Would you like to handle this one last thing?
One thing, yes.
just what, the other was the proposed exhibit having to do with civil disobedience. I forgot what it
Disturbance.
was called, the mobile something,
It's civil disturbance,
yeah.
policy 800-40.
As I understood, this was part of the discussion that had to do with the events prior to the response to the scene. So standard objection, irrelevant.
All right. Do you know about how long you're going to be?
We need to take lunch for sure.
Okay.
You bet.
You can go ahead and
Is
pass
this
it to
in?
us. Yes.
Is this coming in as an exhibit? Yes, sir, thank you.
Clock. Do what? Council, if you're ready to presume, we go ahead and resume.
Thank you. Major, you're still under oath, you understand?
Yes.
Let's go over some of the topics that Miss Angie Bird raised with you, and I'm going to go in fairly chronological order as she raised them. One of the first ones was this text involving Lieutenant Paget. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And tell me if I understood this correctly. Lieutenant Paget was working day shift,
Yes.
right? Lieutenant Paget texts you about the party.
Yes.
Now, we don't have that text, right?
No.
So you're relying on your memory,
Yes.
but you remember receiving a text from Lieutenant Paget that was referencing the party Sunday at the park.
Yes.
Okay, you were not on shift, is that right?
No.
Your response to Lieutenant Paget, you interpreted he was giving you a heads up.
Yes.
The party's going to restart at Fifth Avenue Park, is that right?
And he didn't even say that much, I don't think. He just said there's a party tonight.
And you responded 10-4.
10-4.
That does not end the story, does it?
No.
You end up contacting Lieutenant Monty Matthews, is that right?
Yes.
Did you give him a call or was this a text? Do you recall?
Well, I texted him to call me.
Got it. And then Lieutenant Matthews calls you in response to your text to him.
Yes.
And what I understood from your direct examination, or cross-examination rather, you told him, shut the party down.
Yes.
Is that right? And is that the end of your involvement at that point?
Yes.
All right. What we do know next is, and tell me if you know this or it's an assumption, it doesn't matter, but Lieutenant Matthews then gets the ball rolling to start the tow operation at the parking lot, correct?
That's what I understand to be true.
And that is an effective way that has been used in the past, right?
Yes.
It starts thinning crowds.
Yes.
People don't want their cars towed.
Exactly.
And it was successful. Is that to your knowledge?
Well, I can tell it was successful.
Yeah, and it cleared out the vast majority of those cars in the parking lot, right?
Yes.
All right, I just have to ask you this question. Everybody will know why. Does this issue have anything to do with Brittany Bird's response to the crime scene?
No.
Okay. As a follow-up to that, Miss Angie Bird was questioning you about policy 800-40. It's the civil disturbance policy.
Yes.
Do you still have it?
No, not in front of me.
Got it. It was admitted as an exhibit, correct?
Yes.
Okay, there, you've got one. You have it in front of you?
Yes.
Before we get into it, this was an issue about a thing called the mobile field force.
Yes.
What is that?
It's our response team to what could be termed as a riot or a large gathering that's getting out of hand to some degree, but it's mainly put together for riot control.
I don't know anything about it. Is it like a SWAT-like team?
Vaguely, but these guys, and females, of course, they are out there. And they are put together, it's probably about 30 to 40 of them, maybe, something to that effect. And then their one job is to be called out in those situations where a riot has occurred or was maybe even about to occur if it can be deemed necessary. But they're not a SWAT team. They're not, they have shields. They may have different types of less lethal, and they may have a sidearm on them, but they're not a SWAT team by any means.
Okay, I'm unfamiliar, but I'm getting this image. It's the guys with the shields and maybe the face coverings,
Yes.
riots,
Yes.
that sort of thing.
Yes.
Got it. Civil.
That's their
disturbance.
primary function.
Understood. And as I understand the policy, tell me if I'm reading it correctly, it is the force, the mobile field force, is there to execute policy 800-40 civil disturbance, correct?
Yes.
And civil disturbance is defined in the middle of the page as civil disturbance means, quote, an unlawful assembly, right?
Yes.
That constitutes a breach of the peace or any assembly of persons where there is imminent danger of collective violence, destruction of property, or other unlawful acts. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
All right. Did you have any credible evidence that before the shooting that this was an unlawful assembly?
No.
Earlier in the day, not to get into irrelevance, but it had been a peaceful gathering, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And you had no evidence on your own that would give you cause under this policy to call out a mobile force, a mobile field force unit.
No, nothing about this required me to call out field force.
In fact, would it be just patently ridiculous and such an inappropriate show of force for officers to arrive in sidearms with shields and face coverings? I think the question began, would it be? Would it be appropriate?
You could ask, what would it be, but then would it be, and given the answer to it, where all he has to say is yes is the leading question.
We can play lessons in the law, and the leading question is one that suggests the answer, usually beginning with, isn't it true that? So avoiding that to make Mr. Newcomb happy, would it have been appropriate to have that sort of show of force at this party?
No. And
Okay.
if I may just explain why, in my opinion, it's simply because, as far as I know, at that time, it was just a party. And for us to show up with field force out there, instead of de-escalating, which is what we would always try to do, you're going to risk of escalating something that may have been nothing into something more serious.
It could have gotten worse and faster.
Calling out field force under that circumstances could have made it a lot worse, a lot quicker.
Yeah. And speaking of showing sort of disrespect to the department, would that show of overforce could be interpreted as bringing disrespect on the police, on the Conway Police Department?
I don't think the public would look at something like that favorably at all.
If there had been reports of guns at this party, there was a duty to investigate those reports, right?
Yes.
And are you aware that officers did respond to those citizen reports and investigate?
It is my understanding that Officer Riddle and I think Officer Pugh did make an effort to see if there were people with guns out there.
Riddle, I think, posted himself up, I think it was from the parking lot, and observed the area. This is well before the shooting at around
Yes.
7:45 p.m.,
Yes.
right? Other officers, are you aware of anybody doing walkthroughs or drive-throughs or surveillance?
I think earlier, before that, from the other shift, some officers did a walkthrough. and didn't report seeing anything unlawful.
So you had no credible evidence that could warrant the show of force that's been suggested to you today of this mobile field force.
No,
All right. And once again, I have to ask, does it have anything to do with Brittany Byrd's response to the crime scene?
no,
Okay. You were asked about the vigil for the victims. Remember that?
yes,
And we've heard several officers' testimony that attended. There were several of y'all from CPD that went
Yes.
to this vigil for the victims of the shooting.
yes.
So where was it held, by the way?
At Fifth Avenue Park.
It was at the park?
Yes,
And you, and we now know other officers, heard citizens discussing or complaining about at least a suspicion of Conway Police Department officers leaving the scene.
yes,
Is that right?
yes,
All right. And we know that ultimately, as this relates to Brittany Byrd, that's the first sign that her actions are bringing disrespect to the police department, right?
the officers leaving the scene does bring negative awareness to the police department,
Discredit.
discredit to the police department.
Yeah, and you guys are out there and you're hearing complaints from citizens that, did officers leave the scene, right?
Yes,
Fail to discharge their duty to the citizens of Conway?
yes,
And therefore, knowing these citizens' complaints, that those citizens' complaints were investigated, correct?
I didn't investigate them. I have to assume that Lieutenant Kennedy at some point investigated that aspect of it.
And that goes back to something you're unaware of, or grumblings that
Yeah.
Lieutenant Kennedy and Assistant Chief Welsh here, you don't know anything about it, so don't need to talk about it. But my question to you is you hear those citizens' complaints need to be investigated, and that what leads to the AI investigation into specific officers, correct?
At some point it did, yes.
Yeah, at some point, I
Yeah.
know you don't know exactly when,
Yeah.
but that's an instigating moment of, these are things that are being said, we, the police department, need to look into them,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
Because you guys are already looking into the entire CPD, right? And investigation had begun at that, right?
yes,
And then you hear these citizens' complaints, and then we got to investigate this,
yes,
resulting in the AI investigation,
yes,
resulting in Byrd, among others, being investigated,
yes,
resulting in Byrd being terminated.
yes.
Okay. You were asked, Major, by Miss Angie Byrd, well, did you follow up with those citizens at the vigil? Did you question them more? In other words, did you investigate at the vigil? Would it have been appropriate in your estimation, in a vigil for these victims, to start interrogating people,
In my opinion, no.
questioning them more?
No, these people at that point were already upset, and people saying that out loud, for me to go and start questioning folks and trying to get more information at that time, to me, no, that was only going to make it worse.
That's just inappropriate behavior if that were to happen, right?
Yes,
Okay. Back to the grumblings that we know about that Kennedy and Welsh heard, is my understanding from you has been that when it came to the actual AI, to the actual investigation, right, that Lieutenant Kennedy was conducting,
yes,
you stayed out.
yes,
You did not involve yourself in that investigation.
I did not.
The vigil, I'm sticking with that theme for a minute. As I understood the questioning on cross-examination, I believe a point that was trying to be made was, well, at the vigil, citizens complaining. At the vigil, where you were in attendance,
Yes,
you heard the citizens' complaints, correct?
yes, yes,
All right. An issue that was raised with you on cross-examination, as I understood it, was well, could they have been complaining about Watkins? You remember being asked that?
Yes,
And what we know about Watkins is he was part of the tow operation, right?
yes,
And as the tow operation wound down and was virtually over, he tells Riddle and Bird, I'm going to go hug my daughter at the Buffalo Wild Wings. It's her 9th birthday. Did you know that he communicated that to Bird and Riddle?
no, I didn't know he actually said that to them, no.
Okay, you're aware that he left the tow operation as it was ending.
Right,
And ended up at Buffalo Wild Wings.
right,
And that's when he heard the shots, multiple shots fired call, correct?
yes,
So it couldn't have been Watkins that the citizens were complaining about, right?
Objection, he has no way of knowing what the citizens were complaining about. The chief, Major's already stated he didn't know what they were complaining about other than they were upset with the department and also upset with officers leaving.
Does common sense tell you that it couldn't have been Watkins they were complaining about?
I don't believe it was Watkins they were complaining about.
Okay.
This is also beyond the scope of Cross.
This is exactly the line of questioning Miss Bird went down.
Objection is overruled.
Thank you. Buffalo Wild Wings. So sticking on Watkins, because you were asked this on cross-examination. Sticking with Watkins, Buffalo Wild Wings, the line of questioning was, well, he was at Buffalo Wild Wings in reference to Watkins, but he called in and said, and I forget exactly where, but it was on Oak Street.
Oak Street, yes.
And the location that he gave, again, where is it in relationship to Buffalo Wild Wings?
You go down Oak Street to Amity Road, and then you go south on Amity, a couple of blocks, you have Buffalo Wild Wings.
Within yards?
Yes, it's not that far.
Okay. Knowing now what you've been told about Watkins, Buffalo Wild Wings, where he said he was, do you consider that to be an untruth?
No?
Ms. Self, can we pull up, I forget the exhibit number, it's respondent's exhibit. It's of the aerial photograph of the parking lot. You looked at this on cross-examination, correct?
Yes.
Mhm. A couple of questions. I don't know when this was taken, but it's obviously not contemporaneous. It's not within the time frame of the shooting, right?
Doesn't appear to be. No.
Okay, but it's an accurate representation of the park, Fifth Avenue Park, correct?
Yes.
And at the bottom of the photograph, that's the parking lot of Roller Funeral Home, correct?
Yes.
And that's where the tow operation was occurring, correct?
Yes.
So mid-lower, you see the entrance exit into the parking lot right there?
Yes.
Okay. We'll move the cursor over. You've got that little grass and you got curbs, right?
Yes.
And so go along and those curbs continue on, right?
Yes.
All the way down. And then you see the little trees right there.
Yes.
And then you go a little further down right there, right?
Yes.
And so I see two curbs, right? There's the curb on the parking lot side and the curb on the street, which is Central Landing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, back to the shooting. That parking lot was almost empty. The tow operation was winding itself down, right?
Yes.
There were many other, well, let me back up. Brittany Bird was driving a patrol unit, correct?
Yes.
An SUV.
Yes.
It's a heavy-duty machine.
Yes.
It can jump curbs.
If
right?
need be. Yes.
Sir?
If need be, yes.
Yeah. Could it have jumped those curbs everywhere we had the pointer?
Yes.
You were, I heard this questioning to be this, and it was sort of as your cross-examination was winding down, and it was, well, haven't officers been disciplined before for getting a flat tire or busting a tire for jumping up over curbs?
They have.
Let me ask it to you this way. If Brittany Byrd had jumped over those curbs anywhere along that route in order to get efficiently and effectively and directly to the crime scene, would she have been disciplined for getting a flat tire?
No.
You were asked about shell casings in the area, and let me talk to you about that for a sec. You were on the review board for the administrative inquiry, that
Yes.
investigation,
Yes.
correct? That is an entirely separate investigation from the Criminal Investigation Division investigation, correct?
Yeah, totally separate.
And they're purposely kept separate,
Yes.
right? CID's out there to try to find these people that killed these 2 folks and wounded 9 others, right?
Yes.
All right. Y'all's focus was an investigation into the conduct of police officers and the reaction to the shooting, correct?
Yes.
So you were asked about location of shell casings. That would be in the CID file, right?
Yes.
You didn't have access to the CID file.
No.
So you don't have a precise idea of when where all the shell casings were located, right?
No, I don't know.
There was a point, Major, in your cross-examination where I noted you were hesitating to call anybody a liar,
True.
quote unquote liar, right?
True.
You don't personally like to call people a liar. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. The issue before us is whether Brittany Byrd told the truth or did not tell the truth to Lieutenant Kennedy in her second interview, correct?
Correct.
Is it, after all you've been through now and all the things that have been asked of you, has it changed your opinion one bit of whether or not Brittany Byrd was untruthful with Lieutenant Kennedy?
No, she made untruthful statements.
You're not going to go back and change your vote now.
No.
Nothing's changed that view.
No.
Topic. Shots fired versus shooting. Remember that line of questioning? Let's work our way through that. Shots fired, it's officers or citizens hear what could be a gunshot, right?
Mm-hmm. True.
Could be a gunshot, right?
Right.
Could be a car backfiring.
True.
Could be a firecracker.
True.
You still need to look into it, right?
We'll look into it.
Shooting means somebody's hurt.
True.
And that's going to take priority, right?
I don't take priority.
And so let's go back to when Brittany Byrd first announces in the parking lot, to quote, multiple shots fired. All right?
Yes.
Is that, in your mind, distinct from just shots fired?
Under those circumstances, it was a different set of circumstances. That was not normal because we know that there were hundreds of people out there.
Mm-hmm.
You've got dozens, as she put it, multiple shots fired. To me, while she may not know somebody's been shot, to at least assume or reasonable, to say, hey, that's a lot of people, a lot of shots. Chances are somebody's hurt over there.
And ultimately, and I forget where Miss Byrd is in her route, but she then calls out, I think, 40 shots.
I think she used that number.
Yeah, we ultimately know it was, 73 shots?
And that did come out later on. It may have been 73 shots.
And again, common sense is going to indicate to us, will it not, that somebody's likely to be hurt.
In that situation with me, I'm thinking somebody's hurt.
Sure, you hear that many rounds being shot. That's just not a shots fired call. That's more likely than not a shooting.
More than likely, that's somebody's been shot.
And a shooting in progress, right?
In progress.
Because you get that many rounds, you don't know, are there people reloading magazines, right?
Exactly.
Are they running to their cars to get ARs or more weapons?
And that situation, just from what it was, meant something really bad has just happened, and we have to get there and do something about that.
And you need to get there urgently and directly.
urgently and directly.
Understood. This is the note I wrote on my piece of paper when I got down to this topic about shots fired versus shooting. I said, I think where this is going is the issue of whether Bird and Riddle should have run across the street.
That seems fair.
All right, and I know there are disagreements, but if it had been you, you've already testified, I would have run across the street into the scene to stop that killing.
That's where I'm going.
Okay. But no problem, right? With Bird and Bird and Riddle did not get disciplined for not running to the scene, right? No.
No.
Yeah, because there are some explanations. Their med kits are in their squad units, additional firearms are there, right?
Right.
And so that makes sense, right?
Right.
You'd have preferred another route, but that's not why Bird got disciplined.
No.
Location of the shooting, according to Brittany Bird. Topic.
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about this, right?
Yes.
And in fact, the narrative part of her incident report has been introduced as petitioner's 51. Do you still have it?
I don't still have it, no.
And Major Presley just, I know there's law enforcement here. This is a narrative portion of a full incident report, right?
Yes.
We're not saying that this is the entire incident report.
No.
And I could have objected, but there was no point. This is Brittany Bird's narrative section of the full incident report, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And so go to paragraph at the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraphs down. And this is what Miss Angie Bird was questioning you about. While unloading the barricades, I heard a long series of rapid gunfire coming from the center of Fifth Avenue. And then she emphasizes this sentence. I was unable to see exactly where the shots were coming from, but I could tell that multiple firearms were going off simultaneously. You were asked about that section of Brittany Bird's supplemental report, correct?
Right.
Go down to the very next paragraph and read to us the first sentence of the next paragraph.
I entered Fifth Avenue Park from the west side entrance and drove to the center where I believe to have heard the gunshots originate.
And drove to the center, comma, where I believed to have heard gunshots originate. Is that right?
That's right.
She's saying twice now in this one report, gunshots were at the center of the park, correct?
Correct.
There is no qualifications about it, right?
Those are her words.
I think, maybe, could be.
They came from the center of the park.
Let's talk about the process of writing incident reports and narratives for incident reports. You're a graduate of the Arkansas Law Enforcement Training Academy.
Yes.
Brittany Bird is a graduate of ALETA.
Yes.
ALETA, Arkansas Law Enforcement Training Academy,
Yes.
right? There is a specific class that is taught at ALETA on how to write narratives and incident reports, correct?
Yes.
And the teaching is, if it's a critical fact, an important fact, it's got to be in your report, correct?
Correct.
Every important fact, every important detail must be in your incident report, right?
Correct.
They have to be accurate, correct?
As accurate as possible.
They have to be complete,
True.
right?
True. Yes.
Because these reports then oftentimes go to prosecutors who rely on them, right?
Correct.
And a prosecutor is there to make the decision, am I going to charge a citizen with a crime or not?
Correct.
An important document,
Very important.
an important document that needs to be thorough and complete and accurate.
True.
And then that report can even go further up the chain of the criminal justice system if the person is charged and it comes out in discovery, right?
Correct.
And you guys are also trained how to withstand cross-examination from defense lawyers, right?
Correct.
So that's why you want these things to be accurate and complete, right?
Correct.
Anywhere in this report, do you see Brittany Byrd describe her route of travel from the parking lot to when she entered Fifth and Vine?
No, she just says when she arrived at the west side of the park.
She never talks about, I exited following a patrol unit running code 3, right?
No,
She doesn't say I turned left to follow on Central Landing, right?
no,
She doesn't talk about I turned up 6th, right?
no,
She doesn't talk about I decided not to go Fifth Avenue. I decided not to go 3rd. I decided not to go 1st. I decided to go 1st, right?
yes,
She never explains, and that is important, correct?
important.
Back on the location of the shooting, when you get called in, so we know that Brittany Byrd took First Avenue up, right?
Yes,
Up towards the park, right?
yes,
Okay. Was there any report of any shooting, anything happening on First Avenue?
no,
So there was nothing on First Avenue happening for her to respond to.
no reason for her to be on First Avenue.
A line of questioning on cross was about Lieutenant Kennedy in that second interview. And as I understood the questioning, Miss Angie Byrd was telling you, well, look, in that second interview, Lieutenant Kennedy even said, I understand why you didn't take Fifth Avenue. Remember seeing that?
Yeah, she asked me about that, yes.
Yeah. And he talked, and Lieutenant Kennedy talked to Brittany Byrd about it, right?
Right,
In the second interview.
right.
Right. And he goes, that I can understand, there was congestion, right?
I believe he does say that, yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, we know Riddle made it. That's obvious in beating a dead horse by this point. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Critically, Kennedy was the investigator, right?
Right,
For the investigation,
for the investigation.
for the AI.
Yes,
He was not a voting member,
no,
right?
no, he was
It
not.
was y'all's decision whether it was appropriate for her to bypass Fifth Avenue, right?
Our decision, yes.
And not follow Riddle.
Yes,
You talked about Miss Brittany Byrd's failure to run code 3, to go lights and sirens. And again, I'm referring to Exhibit 7 that's been introduced. I'm not going to harp on it. The commission and you have read it. You're familiar with it. So let's just talk about it. As I understood the line of questioning about Exhibit 7 and Byrd's failure to run code 3 was an interpretation of the policy. It's discretionary with the officer whether or not to run code 3.
yes,
Is that the way you understood the line of questioning?
yes,
That it was discretionary. In other words, the failure to not turn on lights and sirens, I understand petitioner's position to be, it wasn't a mistake. I made the choice not to activate my lights and sirens.
To me, she made a choice not to activate her light and sirens.
Not a mistake, a choice. If
It
they're
was a
saying
choice.
it was discretionary, discretion requires a choice to be made
She made a choice.
to not turn on her lights and sirens.
Yes,
And if she had turned her lights and sirens on, her body and dash cam would have been on.
yes,
And that was by choice.
that was by choice.
And even then, she made the conscious decision to, when she turns on 6th Avenue, to even turn off her running lights, correct?
Yes, true.
No lights, no sirens, no body cam, no dash cam, and then finally no running lights, right?
True.
She is running dark.
That's a good term for it.
Any of that appropriate conduct?
Under those circumstances, no.
Why not?
Because when you talk about discretion, I'll start there. That discretion, in my interpretation of our policy, and that's just how I see it, and I will always see it this way, that when it comes to a critical incident, you have no more discretion. You use your lights and sirens, and you get there as quickly as possible.
In the unique circumstances of this case, it's your decision, in your opinion. There's no discretion. You run code 3.
You go code 3, you have to get there quickly as possible.
Stop the killing.
Stop the killing.
Stop the
Stop the dying.
In my world, we deal with, in terms of lawyers and judges, discretion. Judges have discretion to do this, judges have discretion to do that. A term that constantly comes back to us is, fine, you have that discretion, but did you abuse that discretion? Let's give Brittany Byrd the benefit of the doubt and say, all right, maybe, despite the fact that we're dealing with a mass shooting, one of the most critical, awful moments in Conway history, let's say you had the discretion to not run your code 3. Would that have been an abuse of her discretion?
That's an abuse and a very poor decision to make under those circumstances.
And is that what gets officers fired?
That can get an officer terminated, yes.
Body-worn cameras were brought up on cross-examination. Tell me if I got your direct examination wrong. I basically heard you say, body-worn camera, violation, not high on my list.
True.
Probably not high on anybody's list, right?
I wouldn't think so.
But the fact of the matter is the body-worn camera policy was violated, right?
Right.
The failure to reactivate, she had her body-worn camera on, and then she turns it off, right?
Right.
That did not get her fired, did it?
No.
Of course, that entire problem would have been solved if she'd had just turned her lights and sirens on, right?
Exactly.
Or actually even just used her blowhorn like she ultimately did up at the top of Maple coming down to 5th and Vine, right?
Yeah, using your air horn will activate the camera.
What Brittany Byrd got terminated for was conduct unbecoming and unsatisfactory performance.
Right.
Am I right?
That's right.
Those were the two most egregious I heard you say. Is that right?
Yes.
And I believe what you testified to on direct examination was it was just obvious.
It was
Those two
obvious to me, yes.
And that the obvious appropriate sanction was termination. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
And that's just the failure to respond urgently, respond directly. Stop the killing, stop the dying, neutralize the threat, right? Protect citizens.
Yes.
Being untruthful to Lieutenant Kennedy, you found that a violation as well, correct?
Correct.
And that's a serious one.
That's a serious one as well.
You lie. I know you don't like that word. You're not truthful, you get fired.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think we've heard this same line of questions and answers about a dozen times in the last half hour, so I object to the repetitive nature of it.
And so let me ask it this way. When Ms. Byrd was up here asking you a lot of questions, she did a lot of ifs. If this happened, if that happened. I'm going to do an ifs and wins, okay?
Okay.
She did it. You don't know Sergeant Sweet's travel route, right?
No, I wasn't
You
aware of
didn't-
it.
You didn't know about it before you came in here, right?
No.
But Miss Byrd led you down a bunch of, if this happened, if he went this way, if he went that way, okay?
True, yeah.
So I'm going to, fair game, right?
Fair
I'm going to
game.
do the same thing. Did you know that when he comes down 6th Street, I'm talking about Sergeant Sweet, he goes north up Central Landing. You know where the east entrance to the park is? You can see it in that photograph right there.
Yes.
See that east entrance?
Yes.
He tried to get into that. It was his attempt to get into the park as fast and efficiently and directly as he could, right?
Right.
Assuming you know these facts. This is
Assuming
our
I know
ifs
all
that
this,
were
yes.
played earlier. All right? If then he's totally blocked out and he then goes central, but going the wrong way for 100 yards, but then gets back on track and has to come back down. If all that, was that okay to you?
Yeah,
Let
he
me-
was doing what he could to get to the scene.
Is there any comparison? now that frankly you've been educated on Sergeant Sweet's route, any comparison between that route and Brittany Bird's route?
No.
Fleeing suspect. This is back to the gold rims that's been mentioned to you on on cross-examination. So a suspect vehicle, this is Pew, car, I'm going to be close to an exact quote. Car leaving with gold rims where shots fired.
Yeah, I think he may have said he thinks the shots may have been fired or come from over there where the car was leaving.
So let's work our way through that. Giving them the benefit of the doubt, there's now a suspicious vehicle that's been identified.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Suspicion, a suspect, it's a suspicion. It's suspicious, right?
Yes.
It's not a fact.
Not a fact.
It's a suspicion, right?
Right.
And granted, you want to keep your eyes open for suspicious conduct, right?
Right.
You want to keep your eyes open for suspects, right?
Right.
You want to keep your eyes open for people that are hurt, right?
Right.
But when you have a shooting that's involving 73 rounds and you don't know whether it's over, do you disregard the suspect vehicle that's just a suspicion and not a fact and go to the fact that there are likely poor people dying?
Yes. And, all of what you said is true. You're looking for all those things because you're there. You should be looking for those things as you get to that scene, as you get into the side of that part. You can't do any of that if you're on First Avenue.
If you're on First Avenue, you can't do it, right?
Right.
Okay. You were asked about the canine,
Yes.
Brittany Bird's canine. I think its name is Leo.
Leo, yes.
We've heard the canine Leo, to paraphrase, be used as an excuse for why Brittany Bird couldn't hear certain radio traffic. Is that, did you understand that line of questioning?
That's the way I took it.
So using the canine as an excuse to not be able to hear important radio traffic.
That's the way I took it. I never heard that excuse before, but that's the way I took that.
Yeah, and I hadn't heard the second one, which was using Leo, the canine, as an excuse for Bird's delay in getting out of the parking lot and responding to the scene.
Yeah, that's a new one.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm going to suggest one. Is that ridiculous?
It's ridiculous. If that were truly a case, she had the opportunity to raise that.
There was a question on the table. He's now going to finish his response.
He answered it and stopped it.
Wow.
Is he now making up his story or is he starting a new answer?
Can he finish his response?
Yes.
What I was going to say was, if that's going to be an excuse, that's something that she had the chance to bring up during her interview.
And so your response just now was directly responsive to my question, correct?
Yes,
And yet there were objections to it.
there were.
The canine excuse is ridiculous to you.
That makes no sense to me at all.
No more questions.
Pardon me? Okay, that's acceptable.
And our next witness is going to be Chief Harris. If we could just take a 5 or 10-minute break, it will be a very long direct, and I know he needs a small break before we put him on the stand, if that's okay.
Chief, if you'd state your name, please.
Chris Harris.
Uh, Chief Harris, you're under oath. Do you solemnly swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may continue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chief. You already stated your name, Chris Harris, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your position with Conway PD?
I'm the chief of police.
How long have you held that position?
Active since November of last year.
What was your position before that?
I was interim chief for around 11 months.
How long in total have you worked for Conway PD?
It'll be 21 years in December.
And am I to understand that a lot of your career was on patrol?
Yes, most of it.
So you're familiar with the activities of a patrolman, how a patrolman is supposed to respond, those types of things?
Yes, ma'am.
After this mass shooting on April 13th, 2025, did you order an administrative inquiry?
I did.
And when did you order that administrative inquiry?
I believe it was that Tuesday afternoon after the shooting.
After the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
When you ordered that administrative inquiry, why did you order that? Why did you order that be conducted?
So after the shooting, I obviously had a lot of questions. The citizens had a lot of questions that I didn't have answers for. So I wanted to do an investigation to get the answers that everybody, including myself, had questions on how this happened.
What kind of questions are you talking about? Questions about the entire weekend? Questions about the responses of officers? What were some of those questions like?
So when it first came out, you're hearing things such, well, on social media about officers driving away. To be honest, I chalked that off as just social media stuff. But I had questions on, I never heard anything about the Sunday party until after shots were fired. So I had questions on how that didn't happen. I received a call Saturday night about a party that we were helping shut down, and I hadn't heard anything about that. So growing up on patrol, we've shut down parties forever. And so I had a lot of questions how, A, I'm not hearing about this, B, how did this all come about? And then just after everything, what was the response? What was the actions of our police department? What did we do right? What could we have improved on? Did we do something wrong? What could we improve on in the future?
So this was not an AI into any particular officer, is that right?
No, ma'am, it wasn't.
But you're understanding that when an investigator, and Lieutenant Kennedy was this investigator, is it when that investigator is investigating that they interview a number of officers? Would that be how they do it?
Yes,
In addition to conducting like Lieutenant Kennedy did, looking at GPS, dash cam, body cam, basically any evidence they can look at for the response. Is that right?
yes, the investigators, I mean, they call the shots and look at how they see to proceed, what they need to look at to do their job.
And we do know Lieutenant Kennedy ultimately interviewed a number of officers. Is that correct?
Yes,
And is it your understanding, or were those officers put under Garrity?
yes.
And what does that mean?
Basically, it's your rights, your statement of rights as an officer. And it tells you don't have the right to remain silent. You have the right to a witness, be truthful, things like that. Just tells you the parameters.
Was one of the forms that each officer was provided with during their interview called a Form 209?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that Form 209 identify specifically and state to that employee that, quote, you are being investigated administratively?
Yes, I believe that's actually the first sentence.
And do the officers have to sign that form acknowledging that they understand that?
Yes,
Did Ms. Bird sign such a form?
yes.
So Ms. Bird was aware when she was being interviewed that she was a subject of an investigation. Is that correct?
I think when she signed that, she was aware of at least, yes, she was part of an investigation. I don't think at that time she was a subject of that investigation, but she knew that, yes, she was under investigation as a,
That her actions were under investigation, correct? Let's get back to Lieutenant Kennedy. Why did you ultimately choose Lieutenant Kennedy to conduct the administrative inquiry?
So when I decided to do an investigation, you look at who's available and different things. So Sergeant Sweet just got put in to the OPR, Office of Professional Standards. Very, very new. Sergeant Holloman, who had been there previously for 4 years, just got promoted. But I also I didn't want a sergeant investigating and interviewing lieutenants. So I knew we had 2 lieutenants, we had to do that, so he wasn't out. 2 lieutenants on patrol couldn't do it because they were under investigation. And I knew this would be a lengthy process just for the number of officers for day shift and night shift and the totality of events. So it would take a while. I knew Lieutenant Kennedy, he's a seasoned investigator. He does a very good job. I knew he could pull himself from the events because he has 2 sergeants that work under his command. So it wouldn't hurt the investigation and pull him away to do the administrative investigation.
And am I correct that Lieutenant Kennedy was in CID? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. He's the lieutenant over CID.
So there were a number of factors that led you to choosing Lieutenant Kennedy. One was that you had to choose someone of a higher rank. Is that right?
Yes.
Because some of the individuals that were being investigated, like Ms. Byrd, like the other officers being looked into, were of a higher rank. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also didn't want to choose anyone who was in patrol because you knew patrol was being investigated. Is that right?
That, and they work a different schedule. So they may have 3 days off during the week or 2 days off, and I knew it's going to be a lengthy, and it would have pushed it out even farther.
And in addition to that, you knew that Lieutenant Kennedy was good at conducting investigations. Is that
Yes.
correct? How long did it take Lieutenant Kennedy to complete his investigatory work?
It's probably a little over a month.
And during that time period, were there instances when he would talk to you about his investigation?
There was.
What happened when he would talk to you about his investigation?
So I believe it was probably a week and a half in that he came to me, excuse me, and said that he had supervisors that are coming to him saying he's hearing, I guess the word's been used so many times, grumblings on patrol about Miss Bird's response to the shooting, to the scene. So he was telling me about that, and he said he needed to look into that further, and I said, okay, go ahead. That's during the time he pulled, right after that, pulled GPS coordinates and whatnot, and came back and said that he had a problem with Miss Bird's response as well as Officer Riddle's.
So let's back up. He said 2 supervisors approached him.
Yes, 2 sergeants,
Who were they?
Sergeant Myers and Sergeant Westbecker.
So they basically tipped his ear to say, we're hearing that there's a concern with Officer Bird's response. Is that right?
That's what he told me, yes, ma'am.
Before that, did you have any indication that his investigation was circling around or zeroing in on Miss Bird?
I did not.
He talks to you about it, and then he gets GPS and route data information for each of the officers responding. Is that correct?
Correct.
And after that, he comes to you. So he comes to you twice. Once to say, I need to look into this, and you say, please do. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the next time he comes to you and says, I've looked into it, I've looked at the routes of responding officers, and I have concerns about 2 officers. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those 2 officers were Officer Byrd and Officer Riddle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then what happens when he comes to you with that information?
So he tells me that, yes, they were across the street and they traveled south down Central Landing. Obviously, I was frustrated by that. I couldn't understand why we would do that, and so I told him to bring them in and ask them specifically about the route they took.
And did he do so?
He did.
Did he come to you after interviewing Officer Riddle?
He did.
And what did he communicate to you after interviewing Officer Riddle about his response route?
He told me that he believed that what Officer Riddle told him added up, made sense, and thought he was being, truthful in everything.
And did he interview Officer Byrd about her response route?
He did.
Did he speak with you after interviewing her about her response route?
He did.
And what did he tell you?
He said that some of the things that she was saying wasn't adding up to some of the things that he had looked at or, investigated, and that he said he had to look into it more and do more investigation. He said that he's leaning towards he doesn't think she's being truthful.
So after that, he conducts some additional investigatory steps. Would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After he completes his portion, right, completes his portion of this investigation, what happens then?
When he completes his portion, he will or the OPR will add it onto the server into a file that the review board can access.
When you say it, what he's putting on the server, is that his investigatory
Yes, ma'am.
file? And was that investigatory file provided to you and the review board prior to the review board meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
And how far in advance of the review board meeting was that file, that data, that information provided to you?
I want to say right about a month.
Did that file, was that comprised of a large amount of information?
It was interviews, audio recordings of the interviews, GPS, calls for service, other investigative material.
Did you review that file?
I did.
Review it prior to the review board?
I did.
Did you also look at dash cams and body cams for responding officers?
Yes.
After your review, and let's say before the review board, we know y'all get to review board and y'all talk about a lot of different things, but just you as chief sitting there reviewing this investigative file on your own, did you come to some conclusions after reviewing it?
I did. One of the main conclusions that I came up with just as a chief level was the rumors that were was going around that officers drove away was true. So that concerned me, but then I looked at, as far as Officer Riddle's, although I wasn't 100% on board and didn't like it, his answer was reasonable for a 5-month officer. With Miss Bird, I had a lot of problems with it.
So let's go back, and we are going to talk more in depth on Officer Riddle, but you said something about, I think you said his reason made sense or something like that. What do you mean by that?
So Officer Riddle, immediately when the shots are fired, he immediately runs to his unit, immediately turns on his lights and siren, which activates his in-car camera, which activates his body camera, and gets out of the parking lot, by my estimation, within roughly 16 seconds. He immediately is going with urgency to pull into the park. At first, you couldn't hear it until you did a little thing because he had his earpiece in. And when you have your earpiece in, you can't hear. He has his radio on channel 1 and his in-car radio on channel 2. So you can't hear it. But as he's pulling in is when he hears Officer Pugh on the other side of the park, says he has a victim over there. So that's when he immediately backs up, starts running code down Central Landing, goes up 6th, and running code up 5th Avenue.
So you were satisfied with his response after reviewing the administrative file?
Satisfied with his reasoning? Yes.
Did not believe at that time that any disciplinary was warranted for him, correct?
No.
Again, we're talking about your initial thoughts, right? We're not to the
Yes.
review board yet. But you said your initial thoughts, concerned about Riddle's response. And I think you said you were concerned with the response of Officer Byrd as well, or actions she took or didn't take on that evening. So tell us what those concerns were.
My main concern at the beginning was we have a mass shooting, and Officer Byrd is literally across the street. And she drove away down Central Landing with no good explanation.
At that time, did you identify what you thought would be some policy violations that Ms. Byrd had committed?
I did.
And what were those at that time?
After looking at everything, it was conduct unbecoming, unsatisfactory performance, untruthfulness, and insubordination.
And we'll touch on each of those in detail. I want to talk a little bit more about this AI investigation. When is an AI investigation considered complete?
After I issue, or the chief issues discipline.
I've heard some talk about completion of AI investigations. So it's not complete when Lieutenant Kennedy is done with his portion of getting evidence together,
Oh, ma'am.
correct? Why is that?
Well, first, it's not complete until you issue discipline. Oftentimes, there's times when the investigator will complete their investigation by their standards, and then we go to a review board. But part of the command, or some of the command staff or myself may have further questions that didn't get answered. So we will send that investigator back to re-interview certain people.
And have you done that before in a review board?
Many times, yes.
Would it be true that generally AI investigations begin as a complaint against a particular officer?
Sometimes they're brought within house. But yes, most of the time it's,
I guess my question is this. We know that this AI was very broad. Is that right?
yes,
Is that an anomaly to have an AI investigation be as broad as this one?
yes.
Generally, they are more specific to a particular officer or maybe a handful of officers, maybe a particular shift, but to investigate an entire weekend is a different story. Is that right?
Correct. Usually we have a complaint from a citizen that we know the merits of the complaint, or we know of action, whether through seeing somebody's body camera or something else that we find out in-house, or we start an investigation ourselves.
And in those types of investigations, you know what you're looking for. You know what the complaint is, correct?
Correct.
And so in those cases, it's easy to notify an officer and say, someone's alleged you've done X, Y, or Z, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, in this AI, this very broadcast net, there wasn't any particular allegation,
I'm going to have to
correct?
object. I apologize. I know it's been said before, but I can't cross-examine you. I can him. Could we please not do leading questions such that I can just move with him?
I understand that, and I've been trying to stay away, but also move us forward as well. And so what I'm trying to do is, and this is a topic that Ms. Byrd has brought up numerous times about the different types of AI investigations, and I'm asking questions as I am to get us all a sense of the difference between those types of investigations. That's it. And Chief Harris, if I say anything that's incorrect, please correct me.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't want to lead you down a road that's incorrect.
Correct.
If you hear me say something, say, Annie, that's just not right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So when we're talking about these different types of AI investigations, you have kind of narrower ones and broader ones. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In an investigation like the one you had conducted into the entire weekend, at the beginning, did you have any particular specific allegations against any officer?
I did not.
Did you have the ability at that time to identify and tell officers these are the allegations against you?
No.
Did those officers understand that the entire weekend, everyone's responses were being reviewed and analyzed?
They should have, yes. I told Lieutenant Kennedy that, look, this is a wide net, so to speak. I just want to look at all actions.
Let's talk about Lieutenant Kennedy. You've been sitting in this hearing now for, I think this is our 4th day. Are you aware that there have been some allegations against Lieutenant Kennedy and that he might have some bias against Brittany Byrd or dislike of Brittany Byrd?
I've heard that.
How long have you worked with Lieutenant Kennedy?
Roughly 15 years.
Have you ever known Lieutenant Kennedy to allow personal feelings to get involved in his investigations?
I have not.
And I know we've hit it, but let's hit it one more time. What is your understanding of why Lieutenant Kennedy turned his attention to Brittany Byrd?
As I said, about a week and a half roughly into it, he comes to me, and I don't know exactly when the sergeants came to him. They came to him saying there were officers concerned about Miss Byrd's response.
Prior to that, he was not looking specifically at her, correct?
Correct.
Let's move on to the review board meeting. And I'm going to lead here. We all know this information, but I'm trying to get us through as quickly as possible. So we know at that review board meeting, you were present, is that right?
I was.
And also Assistant Chief Mike Welsh, Major James Presley, Major Clay Smith, Major Lee Wood, Sergeant Philip Sweet, and Lieutenant Tom Kennedy, is that right?
Correct.
Lieutenant Kennedy was not able to have a vote on that review board, correct?
Correct.
He also did not have the ability to offer a disciplinary recommendation, is that correct?
Correct.
Did Lieutenant Kennedy at the beginning present the review board with an overview of his investigation?
He did.
Tell me, just walk us through how that review board started, what was discussed first.
So when we started, since it was such a plethora of information, I said, I think we need to divide it into two. Divide in the weekend, parties, did we see any officers do anything wrong? And talk about that, and then move in to the actions of Ms. Burt.
So walk us through what y'all discussed when you talked about the weekend in general and those actions that were taken, or what CPD knew, or the officers' responses at that time prior to the shooting.
So we discussed, what were there any failures? Were there anything? And, we discussed that officers were on scene, now moving on day shift, right? So officers were there, officers did walkthroughs. We had officers sitting in the parking lots watching this. During officers' interviews, they were interacting with the people, telling them they can't park on the grass. They were saying that, several of the officers said that, the people were very polite, moved their vehicles. I had some questions about some calls for service that got answered. We discussed that, and so basically, while it's not ideal, it's not what I've liked to see happen, they did take measures to be there and everything else. So when I asked, do we think anybody did anything wrong? It was no.
And that was, did anyone do anything wrong during the day before this mass shooting? Is that right?
Yes, correct.
I think you said, was it ideal? And I think you said you didn't think it was ideal. Explain that. What do you mean by that?
So growing up on patrol, I spent my whole career through patrol, sergeant, lieutenant, major. We've had parties like this all the time and shut them down with far less officers. We were different officers back then. Now we have the de-escalation and everything. We would walk through the crowds, and as I would like to say, we would make it where they would invite themselves to leave. Right? So, writing tickets, if zero tolerance and everything else. So while the officers, yes, they did walkthroughs while they sat in parking lots. I discussed that, and you have to understand these officers are very young. We have a very young department. And so they may not know proper, great ways to do it. And so that's why I would say we have to get out, walk through the crowd, the middle of the crowd. Don't walk around the crowd, right? Walk through the crowd, get out and talk with them. And that way you'll be able to see more things.
It sounds like you understood they were taking steps. You wish they had done a little bit more, but there was no policy violation there. Is that right?
Correct.
You talked about that weekend, kind of generally what happened before the mass shooting, and then did you turn your attention to officers, specific officers?
We did.
Right. Who were the specific officers y'all discussed?
We discussed first, I believe, Officer Pugh. And we discussed that while his actions, he did some things. But we had to take into account, and we all agreed that I think he had been on the street 4.5 months, 5 months on his own. And you don't get comfortable with your job until probably 4 or 5 years. So we talked about, okay, there's things we'd like to see him have done better. But you could literally hear his stress in the video. And we all know we've all been there. So we as a review board asked, do we think he did anything wrong? And by wrong, and let me back up. When we look at things and how I tell the review board, I preach professionalism, and everybody will tell you that. So did the officers rise to the level of professional standards that we expect at the police department? Not did they get everything correct, but what they do, did they rise to that level? And so as far as Officer Pugh, everybody voted unanimously, no, we don't think he did anything wrong. That would warrant discipline.
And everyone agreed with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did y'all discuss next?
Officer Riddle.
And what was discussed regarding Officer Riddle?
So we had, and I even led the discussion on, I wasn't happy that the officers ran back to their vehicles. And I wasn't. I've taught active shooter. I've been through active shooter. You know, you go directly to the threat, you run across the street. It took them just as long, in my opinion, to run to their car as it would have to get across the street where, a parking lot where I know people were shooting. And so we discussed that, and it was talked about, okay, we're from a different era. We didn't have rifles in cars. We didn't have med kits in cars. We didn't have active shooter bags in cars. So it was talked about that these officers, that's what they're used to. So while I didn't agree 100%, I understand the reasoning. So he runs to his car. He immediately turns on his lights. He immediately turns on his siren, which activates his in-car camera and his body camera. He immediately drives with urgency out of the parking lot. He pulls in, or tries to pull in, off a central landing. That's when he says he hears Pugh on the radio. Backs up, drives with urgency, comes up Fifth Avenue, and in his interview, he says, as I got to Fifth Avenue, I see people running, or something to that effect. And I knew that, okay, this probably coming from the park. So he says, then I see a group of people around the guy that's laying on the ground. I went over there. He had a gunshot in his leg, and I applied a tourniquet. So we discussed as a command staff and decided, you know, were his actions reasonable? Do they meet the standards that we expect? You know, in my opinion, you know, there's things that could have been done better, but he did meet the standards that we expect, especially from an officer who's very young.
How long had Riddle been on the street by himself with Conway PD prior to the shooting?
5-6 months, maybe.
And prior to that, he had been with Little Rock PD, is that right?
He had been Little Rock PD for roughly a year and a half. So I think they have a 6-month academy and then 3.5 months of FTO. So he was on the street there probably roughly 6 months.
So maybe in total, if we add it together, almost a year on his own?
Your solo experience, yes.
Certainly not 10 years, is that right?
Oh, man.
Let me go back to something you said. You were talking about, you know, a desire that maybe these officers, Byrd and Riddle, they're right across the street, and a general desire you had to say, why didn't they just run across the street, right?
Yes.
But ultimately, neither of the officers, we know Mr. Riddle didn't receive any disciplinary, we know Ms. Byrd did, and she was terminated, but that issue of running across the street, neither of them are being disciplined because of that, because they didn't run across the street, right?
Correct.
So discuss Officer Riddle. We know you didn't think he violated any policy. Did any of the other individuals of the review board think at that time that he violated policy?
He did not. Well, now let me take that back. When we first started discussing, Officer Sweet thought he was leaning towards maybe unsatisfactory performance. And then as we discuss, you know, amongst ourselves as a group, and I go back to him as far as, you know, he changed his mind.
So ultimately, after y'all discussed Officer Riddle, none of the other members of the review board determined that disciplinary was needed or that policy was violated. Is that correct?
Correct.
After y'all discussed Officer Riddle, who did y'all discuss then?
Ms. Byrd.
And had Lieutenant Kennedy by that time given y'all an overview of his investigation related to Ms. Byrd?
He did. It's more like a Cliff Notes version per se, because we've all seen, you know, we all had the file and everything. So yes.
Is he there to ask any questions a member of the review board might have?
He's there to answer questions that we might have. Yes, ma'am.
So after he gave an overview of his investigation related to Ms. Byrd, what happened next?
That's when we lack of better terms, open the floor to have a discussion. And everybody just kind of takes turn, talking about what concerns we saw, what problems we had.
And at first, is the review board looking at, or do y'all look at your policies to see if there's a problem with any of your policies? Do you look at your training to see if maybe there's a problem with training?
We'll do that after our discussion. So when we have a discussion and we determine an officer has committed policy violations, to be fair to that officer and to the department, we will discuss among ourselves, okay, did this violation get caused because something that our policy is not written well, right? And so we talk about that. Is there a failure in our policy that this officer would believe the actions that they took? And so that was, and everybody voted unanimously, no, there's no failure in our policy.
So before discussing that, y'all first went around the room and discussed what policy violations, if any, that any member of the review board thought Ms. Byrd had committed. Would that be right?
Yes.
And did several members of the review board identify that Ms. Byrd had violated policy?
They did.
And what policies did those members of the review board determine Ms. Byrd violated?
Conduct unbecoming, unsatisfactory performance, truthfulness, insubordination, emergency operation of departmental vehicles, and body-worn camera.
And who were the individuals of the review board who made the determination that she violated each of those policies?
Sergeant Sweet, Major Smith, Assistant Chief Welsh, and Major Presley.
Did those same members of the review board also have a recommendation for discipline for Ms. Byrd?
They did.
And what did they recommend in terms of discipline?
Termination.
Each one of them did?
Yes, ma'am.
Assistant Chief Welsh
Well,
did?
let me back up. Major Presley at first said 30-day suspension or termination. And I make them, you have to give me an answer. It's not an either or. And so he said, can you come back to me? And I did. And so when I came back around to him, he had voted termination.
So ultimately, was it Assistant Chief Welsh, Major Smith, Major Presley, and Sergeant Sweet that all recommended termination?
Yes.
And that leaves us with one other member of the review board, Major Lee Wood.
Yes.
So what happened with Major Lee Wood and any determinations he had regarding policy violations or disciplinary?
So when we get to Major Wood, he's having trouble. Coming up with things. And at one point, I actually just trying to help him along, and I just went down the list. Do you think she violated this? Do you think she violated this? And he would, no. And finally, we got to emergency operation procedures. He was like, I wish she would have turned her lights and siren on. I said, okay, do you think she violated it? Yes. And that was the only violation that he said he agreed with.
Then ultimately, if a member of the review board determines someone violated policy, then the next step would be for them to give a recommendation on disciplinary. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his recommendation on disciplinary?
Went around the room. I can't, once I got to James or Major Presley, and then I went to Major Wood. It was just, Major Wood and I have been friends for 25 years. So I know him. And I know he was struggling with this. So we sat there for, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 minutes. And it was, and the term keeps using awkward. It was awkward. It was awkward for me. It was awkward for people in the room. Right, wrong, or indifferent, out of our friendship that we've known each other for 25 years, I told everybody else to get out of the room. And they did. And I looked at him and I said, you're in a predicament. And he says, I am. And I said, he said, can I just recuse myself from this? And I said, no. I said, you're a major. I said, we have a job to do. And I said, and I understand why it was difficult. And I said, you know, I'm taking the weekend. I'm going to look at all this. It may be longer. If you want to take the weekend to make a decision, then that's fine. He did, and he ultimately said emergency operation procedures. And I said, okay. I said, what's your discipline? And he said, a 219. And then that was the end of it.
I want to unpack some of that. So you said you told Major Wood, I understand that you're in a predicament. Is that approximately what you said to him?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you tell him, I understand you're in a predicament?
Like I said, I've known Lee for 25 years. I've known Lee's wife. I've known Lee's wife works for Counselor Burt for a long time. I know he's known the family. I know the family. So I know there's a, you know, it's a predicament, lack of better words. But, you know, ultimately we explained, and I told him, I understand. I said, but we have a job to do. You know, and even at one point I said, if it wasn't Brittany, you would vote termination. You know you will. You and I have taught the classes together. And he never said anything.
What classes were you referring to when you said you and I have taught these classes together?
Active shooter.
You mentioned that Major Wood had asked that he be able to recuse. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has Major Wood sat on other review boards before discussing Brittany Byrd?
Yes, ma'am.
Has he ever asked to recuse before?
No, ma'am.
You said he mentioned, and we're sticking to that time, that day of the review board, and you said he mentioned a Form 219 as a
Yes.
potential disciplinary. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you describe what is a Form 219?
You call it a written reprimand. It's the lowest form of actual discipline you can get for violating a policy.
So no suspension?
No.
No demotion?
No, ma'am.
Is it, and if I'm describing it incorrectly, let me know, is it basically a piece of paper that goes in your personnel file that says, we found you violated these policies?
Yes, you can get a 219 for a lot of things, as low as having a dirty uniform to, you know, anything else, coming in late for work.
A very low level
Yes, ma'am.
disciplinary. Talking about what occurred on the day of the review board, and I think that review board was held June 26th, 2025, is that right?
That sounds correct, yes.
Ultimately, did Major Wood change his mind about whether Ms. Byrd had committed any policy violations and whether any disciplinary was warranted?
He did. He came to me the next morning. I was in my office, and he said he thought about it, and he wanted to change his mind to, he didn't think she did anything wrong, and no discipline.
Did you find that strange?
Yes and no. And by what I mean by that is, I mean, I find it strange because he and I have taught classes together. We're on the SWAT team together. We've grown up in law enforcement together. I don't find it strange, as I just stated, with the relationship with the family. It's a bad predicament to be in.
We've talked about, and we'll get in depth into the various policies that the review board determined that she had violated, Ms. Byrd had violated. Were there any other policies that were discussed at the review board for potential violations?
Our active aggressor policy was discussed. And some, and I don't remember, brought it up whether she violated that or not. After the review board was over, I take it under advisement. I look at our policy and read through it. And one part stood out as far as our active aggressor policy, and it talked about making entry into a structure. This is a park. So I just took that one off.
Is that because you want to make sure that whatever policy violations that you're finding, you want to make sure that it actually fits with the actual policy?
I
Would
do.
that be right?
Yes,
And that one, another one that had been brought up, you didn't think that was a fit, correct?
correct,
You didn't think you had enough or any indication that she had violated it, correct?
correct.
You're giving her the benefit of the doubt with that policy, is that right?
Yes.
Prior to the review board meeting, was Ms. Byrd told she would have the opportunity to give a statement at the review board?
Yes.
And that means that she, or anyone who's provided that opportunity, can actually come to the review board and give a statement. Is that right? An oral statement to the review board?
Correct?
Did Ms. Byrd provide a statement to the review board?
She did not.
After review board, speaking with all the review board members, then you talk to Major Wood again the next day. And then ultimately, do you make a determination of which policies she violated and what disciplinary was appropriate?
I did.
And what did you determine?
Determined that she violated conduct unbecoming, unsatisfactory performance, untruthfulness, insubordination, emergency operation procedures, and body worn camera.
And did you determine, what did you determine was appropriate for a disciplinary?
Termination.
And what did you do after you made that determination?
I typed a letter and explained everything the best I could in that letter, and then set a time to meet with Ms. Byrd.
I think we're on Exhibit 13. And Chief Harris, I just handed you a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
Yes, it's the letter I wrote to Ms. Byrd.
The termination letter?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know it's rather lengthy. I don't want us to look through every bit of it. But if you could, I think it's important to just read, if you could, the first 2 pages of that letter.
Says, after a thorough administrative inquiry 2504 conducted by Lieutenant Tom Kennedy, it was determined that you violated the following policies and/or procedures mandated by the Conway Police Department Policy Manual. 601.3, conduct unbecoming police department personnel. 601.4, insubordination. 601.25, truthfulness. 603.24, unsatisfactory performance. 800-5, emergency operation departmental vehicles. And 855, body worn camera. It says the administrative investigation confirmed that on April 13th, 2025, the city of Conway experienced a mass shooting at Fifth Avenue Park, resulting in the tragic loss of 2 lives and injuries to 9 others. In the investigation into the department response to the incident, your actions were identified and thoroughly reviewed. At the time of the incident, you were positioned across the street at Roller McNutt Funeral Home and had a clear line of sight to the area where the shooting occurred. Upon hearing the barrage of gunfire, you promptly radioed dispatch to report the situation and return to your marked patrol vehicle. It was determined through review and your own admission that you immediately took action that shut off your in-car camera system. You then departed from the scene where an active, life-threatening situation was unfolding. Rather than advancing toward the critical incident, you drove away following a route of approximately 1.3 miles and did not return to the scene until nearly 5 minutes after your initial radio transmission. Meanwhile, multiple officers from across the city responded to the scene with the urgency appropriate to an incident of this magnitude. Several arrived prior to your arrival and immediately began administering life-saving measures to the victims. Your lack of meaningful action during the crucial first 5 minutes of a mass shooting at a public park constitutes a significant failure to the citizens who may have been in immediate danger or in need of urgent medical assistance, and to fellow officers who acted swiftly and decisively. Your actions also failed to uphold the trust, accountability, and professional standards required of all the members of the Conway Police Department in service to the community. Furthermore, during your formal interview with the assigned investigator, portions of your statements were found to be untruthful, as they were contradicted by evidence obtained from in-car camera systems and body-worn cameras. Additionally, during your interview, your conduct was deemed insubordinate due to your argumentative demeanor and sarcastic tone toward the lieutenant assigned to the investigation. This behavior demonstrated a clear lack of respect and was inconsistent with the professional standards expected within this department. Considering the totality of circumstances, it has been determined that terminating your employment with the Conway Police Department effective Monday, June 30th, 2025 is in the best interest of both the department and the city of Conway. You want me to read the?
No, I think that's fine.
Okay.
You can stop there. So in that letter, and did you provide that letter to Ms. Byrd on June 30th, 2025?
I did.
Okay, and that was the day that you met with her?
Yes.
And I just had you read all of that, and I know that it was lengthy, but in it, did you provide Ms. Byrd with identifying the specific policies she had violated?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also provide Ms. Byrd with some factual background information on why you found that she had violated those policies?
I did.
Did you identify, I think further in, third page, you see the policies listed, and also you provide her with the text of those policies, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Ms. Byrd also sign this letter?
She did.
Let's get into each of the policy violations. And we've done it with a number of witnesses, and I think it's important because each of them had their own vote, each of them had their own recommendation, and it's doubly important with you, Chief, because you had the ultimate say, right? You listened to their recommendations and then you made your decision. So I want to go through each one and you tell me why you think she violated that policy, what you saw in the investigation that would lead you to believe that those policies were violated. We're going to start with the body-worn camera policy. This is Respondent's Exhibit Number 8. Can you tell me what that document is, Chief Harris?
Yes, ma'am. It's our body-worn camera policy.
And that body-worn camera policy, we've read it with a number of witnesses, so I'm not going to have you do it. But does that policy require that officers activate their body-worn camera when responding to a critical incident?
It does.
Does that policy identify that critical incidents include potentially life-threatening emergencies?
It does.
Would a mass shooting, a shooting where someone hears over 70 rounds of shots fired from multiple firearms, would that be a potentially life-threatening emergency?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ms. Byrd violate that policy?
She did.
And how, what you found through your discussions, through your investigation, through listening to Lieutenant Kennedy, from listening to other members of the review board, how did you find, what made you believe that she had violated that policy?
So Ms. Byrd is on scene, as I look into it, on scene. You're across the street, you can see the park, you're on scene. You hear 73 rounds go off, you call it in. When an officer calls it in, calls something like that in, that's their call, they own it. As she gets into her car, our policy is you need to turn on your body camera. As been mentioned before, it's a low-level offense. However, you know that scene is critical, hearing that many gun kind of fires. This would all have been avoided had we just turned on our lights and sirens when we went over there. It would automatically kick on the body camera.
To describe this for me, I mean, your position is she was on scene. She was so close to where this was happening that when she calls in shots fired, your belief, Chief, is that she was already on scene at that time.
Basically, yes.
And you're saying that because of that, she called it in, that would then be her call, is
Yes.
that right? What do you mean by that?
So it's you call it in, you see it, or you hear it. So you have more information than anybody that's coming from other parts of the city. It'd be different if I walk outside and I see something happen and I call dispatch and I say, hey, I got this going on, and I don't go over there. That's my call until other people arrive. So when she's on scene, and to be fair, it's Officer Riddle's call too. They're both on scene. They're both right there. They're both literally across the street.
So your position is, and this policy's position, it's not a position, it's what the policy states, that was a critical instance. She should have put on her body cam. She didn't do it. That was her scene. She violated the policy.
Correct.
If this was Ms. Byrd's only policy violation, body cam, not turning it on for a critical incident, would you have terminated Ms. Byrd?
No, not at all.
Let's move on. I've handed you Respondents Exhibit 7. Can you tell me what that document is?
It's our emergency operation of departmental vehicles.
And what does that policy require when responding to a life-threatening emergency?
Requires you turn on your emergency lights and siren.
Heard a lot about discretion. Do officers, when they are responding to a life-threatening emergency, do they have discretion to decide whether or not to use their lights and sirens, whether or not to respond code 3?
No, they have no discretion. It says it's shall. It means it's mandatory.
When responding code 3, as we just discussed, lights and sirens are mandatory, part of that response. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is part of that response also that you respond urgently?
Yes.
Part of that response that you respond directly?
Yes.
I think it's common sense, but why, when responding to an emergency, and this policy says life-threatening emergency, why is it important that you respond directly, urgently, or expeditiously, and that you do so with your full emergency equipment, lights and sirens?
Well, it speaks for itself. It's life-threatening. So whether that's somebody's life could be threatened, somebody could be killed, somebody has already, lack of better terms, had some type of injury that's life-threatening. That's why we get there expeditiously by the most direct route, so we can help that person who's in need.
There's been some talk in this hearing or some questions of witnesses, it seems to me, trying to lessen what this was at the time, right? It's just shots fired. Shots fired happen all the time, right? Do you think this was a small matter when Ms. Byrd heard over 73 rounds?
No, not at all.
She heard those rounds and then those rounds stopped, right? Would that mean to you that that scene was secure after the rounds stopped?
No, not at all.
Do you think there was still a need for officers to go towards where those rounds went off?
Absolutely. Should have gone directly to there to make sure the scene is secure.
Why do you go directly to there? Make sure a scene's secure. What does that mean to you? Finding suspects, challenging people, making sure other people aren't being killed, making sure someone's not reloading? What does that mean?
That means going to that scene and making sure whatever happened or has happened is not happening again. We don't know. We don't get the second get. We can't say, oh, we think it's secure because the shots have stopped. We don't know why the shots have stopped. We don't know if they're reloading, as it's been mentioned, or, is everybody dead? It's still not secured. Unless it's changed, the fire and medical personnel will not come to a scene unless it's secured.
That makes me think about something else. We talk about first responders, right? First responders, you've got fire, you've got, I think here you have Pafford, I always call it MIMS, but that's Little Rock. So you've got fire, you've got Pafford, which are EMTs. You've got first responders that are police. And so our police really, when you have a scene like this, a scene where there's someone shooting, that possibly there's someone killing people, the police have to secure that scene before even medical can come in?
For the most part, yes.
So that's again why it's so important for police to get there quickly, right?
Yes.
Particularly if you are across the street, right?
Correct.
Do you think Byrd violated this policy?
I do.
Why?
She immediately jumped in her car. The officer next to her with 5 months experience with us knew to immediately turn on his lights and siren. She did not. She actually took the time to turn off her camera. And then at one point, she had her what call cruise lights. I'm not sure what they actually call them now. Cruise lights, and actually turned them off. She made an intentional effort to turn lights off.
So no lights and sirens,
At any time.
not responding with urgency.
No.
Let's stick with that urgency. Does it mean something to you at all that officers from other parts of town got there before her?
Absolutely does.
Does it mean anything to you at all that when you count the time that she radioed in, shots fired to the time she gets into the park is around 5 minutes?
Absolutely.
Why do those things matter?
So as we've repeated lots of times, this is a mass shooting. It's not what, I mean, it could be, it was a mass shooting where 2 people tragically lost their lives and 9 more wounded. We don't have time to drive around and possibly look for, you have to get across that street and you have to make sure and be 100% sure that nothing else is fixing to happen. You have to secure that scene. That's the only thing that matters.
Did it matter to you that on scene at the time shots fired, you had Officer Riddle, who had been with Conway PD on his own, I think, for about 5 months, and you had Officer Pugh in that northwest corner. I think he was responding to an accident, but he was also a younger officer, had been with Conway PD for about 5 months. And then the third officer there was Brittany Bird with 10 years of experience. Did that mean anything to you in looking at this?
It does. Miss Bird, she knows what to do. She knew what to do. She's an intelligent woman when it comes to law enforcement. She knew exactly what needed to be done.
Would she have been the most senior officer on scene at that time?
Yes. Actually, I think 5 out of the 6 that responded to scene had 2 years or less experience.
It responded to the scene afterwards? Had less experience?
Well, that includes Pugh and Riddle.
Stick on this policy. One of the things that the policy requires is that someone respond directly. And I know we've touched on it here and there. I just want to make sure it's clear. Did you have issues related to the route that Ms. Bird took?
Absolutely.
And what were those issues?
Well, first, turning left, going down Central Landing, and then going 6th Street, but going to First Avenue, there is no excuse given to me where that's okay. That, in my mind, 100% is driving away from the danger.
In her interview with Lieutenant Kennedy, did she give any reason why she went all the way down to First Ave?
No, well, let me answer that question. I still have no reason, still don't understand why she went to First Avenue. But in her interview, she told Lieutenant Kennedy that she went up 3rd Avenue.
In this hearing, there's been a lot of discussion about routes and the routes that other officers took and doing comparisons about, Sergeant Sweet and Watkins and Smith and Murray and everyone coming from these different directions and trying to do a comparison of, well, was that the most direct? Was that the most direct? Do you remember hearing that type of testimony?
I do.
Do you think it's appropriate to compare the routes of officers coming from other directions to an officer who was on scene at the time?
No, I don't think about it at all.
And why not?
Officers that are coming, I can't stress enough the importance of being across the street, calling it in. You're a 10-year officer. We can sit here all day and say, well, this or that. No, you go directly to the threat. You get out of there, you get out of that parking lot as fast as you can. 5.5-month officer did. Okay. I still wish, and we'll say it to forever, that they would have just ran across the street. But that doesn't happen. But the officer that's coming 2.5 miles away from College and Donaghy, driving very fast, is getting there with urgency. Everybody else is getting there with urgency. And I have an officer driving up First Avenue who was across the street. Doesn't make sense.
All of those other officers who responded, we can get nitpicky about, well, should they have taken this street or that street? They were all going directly to Fifth Avenue Park, is that right?
Yes.
And in contrast, Miss Bird, who was at Fifth Avenue Park, drove away. Is that correct?
Yes.
think you mentioned this, and if I did not hear it, then I apologize, but I thought I did. Did you state that you had also seen during the investigation some evidence that indicated that she had in fact turned her running lights off?
Yes.
And what was that you have seen demonstrating that to you?
Officer Pugh's in-car camera as he's pulling into the park.
Is that the camera, the video that we have seen, I think, 3 or 4 times in this commission hearing where you see Officer Riddle go by in the top left,
Yes.
and then you see Miss Byrd go by and you see her lights go out?
Yes.
Can you think of any reason why an officer might turn their lights off, all of their lights off, when driving away from a mass shooting?
I do not.
If that was her only policy violation, emergency operation of departmental vehicles, would you have terminated Miss Byrd?
No. Now, wait, are we just talking about just the,
Just that one?
no.
Let's move on. Chief Harris, I've handed you Respondents Exhibit 6. Can you tell me what that is?
It is our rules of conduct policy.
And the rules of conduct policy, that contains a lot of independent, separate policies. Is that right?
Correct.
Is one of those that is contained in the rules of conduct the policy on unsatisfactory performance?
It is.
And is that, if you can turn to page 14 of that policy for me? Does page 14 contain the policy on unsatisfactory performance?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that policy number 600-3.24?
It is.
And I actually had Major Smith read through all of it, and I'm not going to have you do it. It's a very long paragraph. But generally, does that policy require that officers take appropriate action on the occasion of a crime?
It does.
Would I be right that that means respond appropriately, do your job? Is that right?
Correct.
Do you think Ms. Byrd violated this policy?
I do.
Why do you think she violated that policy?
From just the totality of her actions, starting from getting in the vehicle, and we see on her in-car camera, Officer Riddle taking off with lights and sirens. He's leaving with urgency while she stopped to turn her in-car camera off. Not responding, lights and sirens, not responding expeditiously, not taking anywhere near a direct route. So it's a totality of,
All of the failures on that day, is that
Yes.
right? If this was the only policy violation that you found, would you have terminated Ms. Byrd?
yes,
Why is that?
it is a mass shooting. A lot of lives, 2 lives were lost, 9 others wounded. And yes, we get in our car and drive away with no good reason. And then drive away from the park, away from the danger as your fellow officers are rushing to the park.
Is it important for you as chief of police to be able to rely on your officers?
Absolutely.
Is it important for you and citizens of Conway to be able to know that when lives are in danger, that officers will respond?
Absolutely. It's very important that the citizens of Conway and the citizens from other cities who come to Conway can rely on our officers.
Is it important for you that other officers, that they know they will be backed up by the officers they work with?
Yes.
Let's stay with that exhibit I handed you. If you can go to page 4 of that exhibit. Does page 4 contain the policy on insubordination?
It does.
And is showing obvious disrespect for a superior considered insubordination?
Yes,
Why do you think Ms. Byrd violated that policy?
there were several times in her interview, the second interview, that she was argumentative, challenging, telling the lieutenant, "You're wrong." I don't care what, send it up. I've already answered that. It's been touched on, but I strongly, wholeheartedly believe in this, that we are a paramilitary organization. It means we follow the rank structure. We have the respect for, I don't care if you like someone, but you're going to respect the rank and the title that holds. If you don't have that, and everybody just gets that, it creates problems. It creates problems inside the police department. It creates problems outside in the city. You got to have that structure.
And I've reviewed, you've been in here for 4 days,
Mhm.
and you watched the portions of the video that we played through Major Smith. Are those same portions one you looked at and determined that she was being insubordinate?
I did, yes.
Had Ms. Byrd received a disciplinary in the past for insubordination?
She did.
And what was that violation? What occurred in that, with that disciplinary?
She received a 219 from Assistant Chief Welsh for violating a direct order.
And am I correct that she violated a direct order multiple times over a weekend?
Correct.
If this was Ms. Byrd's only policy violation, would you have terminated her?
I would not have terminated her. She would have received discipline, either at a minimum, a letter of reprimand.
And why is that?
One, because she's already received 219 for insubordination. And two, everybody knows that insubordination, especially within a police department, at least at our police department, is a strong offense.
Let's move forward and talk about the next policy violation, 600-1.3, conduct unbecoming. You can stay, I think it's on that same page, page 4 that we were just on. On Respondents Exhibit 6, does page 4 of that exhibit contain the policy on conduct unbecoming?
It does.
In conduct unbecoming, can you read that for us? It's short.
Employees shall conduct themselves at all times, both on and off duty, in such a manner as to reflect most favorably on the department. Conduct unbecoming shall include that which brings discredit upon the operation or efficiency of the department or member.
So this is my reading of this policy, and again, I'm obviously not in law enforcement, is take actions that reflect well on this department. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you don't, that can be conduct unbecoming, correct?
Correct.
If you take actions, or if there's inaction that brings discredit on this force, on this department, that can be conduct unbecoming. Is that right?
Correct.
Why is it, through what you reviewed, through the AI, through discussions at review board, what made you determine that Ms. Byrd had violated this policy?
So one of the first and foremost is the totality of her actions. We sit here and people understand why we're here. Whether you believe it or not, people that believe it, it brings discredit against the police department. There are citizens out there that were frustrated, and rightfully so, made comments about officers driving away. That brings discredit to the police department. It puts the police department in a bad light.
I think maybe you had mentioned this. Had you seen things written on social media
First
about the
things
response?
coming out after it first happened, and like I said, I chalked it up as people just put whatever they're going to put on social media. Then, other comments you've heard at the vigil. And so, like I said, even at the vigil, I thought, okay, there's a lot of victims there. They're upset. Rightfully so. They're frustrated. One young lady said, "You failed to protect us." It's not the time or place to interact. It's time to let the victims and family vent. We were there more just for a presence than to get in, discussions.
Did you think it was possible that you had officers driving away
I did
and
not.
leaving the mass shooting?
I did not.
I mean, is such an act in your mind so egregious that it absolutely brings discredit upon Conway PD?
It does.
If this was her only policy violation, would you have terminated her?
Yes.
Let's move forward, stay on that same exhibit, Respondent 6. If you can turn to page 7. Does page 7 contain the policy on truthfulness?
Yes.
At the heart of this policy, it's just when you're asked a question, tell the truth, right?
Yeah, basically.
I mean, a very basic rule that most people know. Is that right?
Yes,
Do you think Ms. Byrd violated that policy?
I do.
How did she violate that policy?
So just start where,
Just start, I mean, I think you feel like there were a number of statements made during that interview
I do.
that you think were untruthful. Is that right?
I do.
Okay. Then walk us through, we'll take it bit by bit.
Okay. So when we first looked at the investigation and looked at when she got re-interviewed, asked, why did you go left? Why did you go? It was a very simple. First thing was talking about a vehicle with gold rims. Okay. So looking at that, I can understand, okay, the comment. Watching Officer Pugh's video, he's not talking about a suspect vehicle. You look at it, he's telling you there's a car here, or there's a car with gold rims. It's trying to leave now, but that's where the shots were coming from. We're given a geographical location. Okay. But I'll say that I could see, okay, confusion. But the problem I had was she says, he put that out and that's why I went left. That was her first statement. And he did not put that out at that time. It's not possible. It wasn't, it didn't happen.
And how do you know that that's not possible?
Through the radio and Lieutenant Kennedy's investigation. By the time he put it out, and from what the investigation put, Ms. Byrd was around 3rd Avenue, maybe Airport Park, between 5th and 3rd.
So she could not have turned left, gone south on Central Landing because she heard about gold rims, correct?
If she believed that that's what he said, then she wouldn't have heard it at that point.
And in fact, she heard it, that call came out when she was on 6th Street, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Somewhere between, I think, and I hope someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was somewhere between maybe 2nd and 1st Ave, is that right?
I think,
have been
and I
dark.
could be wrong, it was a little farther back.
Okay.
By, where are we at here? There's the green arrow, or the green patch on 6th Street, to Airport Park, and 3rd Avenue.
I'll just make a marker there. Are you referring to this green patch
I believe it was in between those two,
right here?
somewhere in between that park and 3rd Ave.
Somewhere in here.
Yes.
Could I suggest that we have the witness mark the location of where he thinks, since he's testifying about it?
Did I get it right, how you told me to do it?
Yes.
And again, it's a testimony in and of itself for you to give a demonstration, mark something, and him basically say, correct, yes, right. Just note my standing objection to that.
The witness has now marked exactly where I marked for where he was indicating he understood that she had said, or that where she was when the gold rims comment came out. So Chief Harris, in your estimation, or just based on the facts, she couldn't have gone south because of that radio transmission. That radio transmission didn't come out until where both you and I marked on that map. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. That's one statement that you believe was untruthful, correct?
Correct.
What else did she state during her interview that you believe to be untruthful?
So during the interview, Lieutenant Kennedy explained to her that that's not possible. You couldn't have heard that as soon as the shots came out. She said, I saw an officer run by code, and I believe he was chasing a suspect. And she says, and I got in behind that vehicle. So here's a lot of problems with that statement. If you look at Officer Riddle, who was the vehicle that ran by code, you look at his video, in-car camera, as he passes by where Miss Bird is at in exit to the parking lot, approaching that exit to the parking lot, he immediately hits his siren again, has his lights and his siren going. The two vehicles in front of him move over. And there's no one except down the street in front of him that nobody ran by, was running by real fast in front of him. At no point did Officer Riddle get on the radio and say that he is chasing somebody, trying to catch up to somebody he thinks there's a suspect vehicle. He never got on the radio. As he passes by, Miss Bird's own statement says, I got in behind that vehicle. Problem is, by my calculation, she sat there for another 13 seconds. Now, by her own interview, she's saying, I thought he was chasing a suspect, meaning I thought he was chasing the suspect of a mass shooting, that somebody had some involvement in killing 2 people and wounding 9 others. If she thinks that's true, and Officer Riddle passes by, she waits 13 seconds before slowly pulling out. By that time, he's approaching 6th Street. So she's not getting in behind him. She's not backing him up. She's not doing anything. As she pulls out, we've seen she turns off her lights. If you think you're getting in behind somebody that's a mass shooting suspect, why are you pulling out slowly? Why are you turning off your lights? Our policy even says if you're the secondary officer in a pursuit, you use your emergency lights and siren and you notify dispatch that you're the secondary officer and what direction you're traveling. Ms. Bird never got on the radio to ask Officer Riddle, are you chasing somebody? She never got on the radio to let dispatch know that she would be the secondary officer behind Riddle.
So you described a lot of action or inaction, but all of it to you demonstrates there is no way that she thought she was following a unit that was chasing a suspect. Is that right?
Correct. She's been in pursuits before. She knows the protocol.
And part of the protocol is one, the primary unit, which in this case would have been Officer Riddle. Now, I understand at that time she didn't know that was Riddle's unit, but it was still a CPD unit. But under protocol, that individual unit would radio in and say they were first and they were chasing a suspect, right?
Correct.
And then after that, if you are the secondary unit and you are following the primary who's chasing a suspect, you then call in and you say, I'm secondary on this, correct?
Correct.
And you also are required by policy to basically give a play-by-play of the location that you're going, that where the 2 units are going, and give any description that you can of the vehicle that you're chasing. Is that right?
Correct. You're actually calling the pursuit. And I'll say, another factor that's in this, when officers write a report, you are taught the whole time you're in, from day one rookie to you keep going, you tell your report like a story. Basically, if it's not in the report, it didn't happen. Ms. Bird's report doesn't say anything about I turned left because I thought an officer was chasing a suspect. That's something you put in there. If you are across the street from a mass shooting and you turn left to drive away, you put that in that report. Why? I think that's an important factor to put in a report.
And since you've mentioned the report, you may have it in front of you. What number is that?
I don't have it. Now, this is the civil disturbance.
And is that a portion, Chief Harris, of the narrative that Ms. Byrd placed on the incident report for the mass shooting?
I mean, I believe so, yes.
If you can give me 1 second, let me grab something. You see in there, in that exhibit, is she describing, actually,
Excuse me, Counselor, I got a question. Chairman, we've heard this as a supplementary report. Is there a main report to this? Because if there's a sub, we would think there's have to be a main.
so I will tell you, I have the entire report. I'm happy, I don't have it all on me right now, I only have her portion, but I think it was about 100 pages, maybe more, that has all of the supplements.
So who's the reporting officer on the main report?
I believe it was Officer Pugh.
Okay, so it's not the officer who made the call in, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And you are right, and actually, I will hand this to you, Chief Harris. This is the first 12 pages of the incident report, if it helps refresh your memory at all. But it will also contain
it's
what's
gonna help my
contained in
eyesight.
Exhibit 51.
I don't have any copy of any part of the report. I don't know if that was part of the AI that we just simply didn't get.
I'm just using it to refresh his memory. You brought in the report. I wasn't intending
No, ma'am,
on-
I didn't bring in the report. I brought in a supplement,
That's
which
part
is
of the
only my
incident
client.
report, Angie. That's part of the incident report.
They're separate documents, but that they do go together, yes, ma'am, but I do not have the report. I have the supplemental.
It looks
I will state this.
the same.
I never intended on introducing the incident report. That is not what I'm doing here. Counselor Byrd has brought up narratives that are contained within that incident report. So I have a portion that I looked at with Ms. Byrd's narrative, and that is what I've provided with Chief Harris to just refresh his memory, because I don't think the entirety of Ms. Byrd's narrative is contained in Exhibit 51. So that's all I'm doing. I'm not introducing it, not here to introduce that report, but it's the same language that Ms. Counselor Byrd was just discussing earlier in Exhibit 51. So if I may proceed, I am not presenting an additional exhibit, not going to bring in the incident report. I handed what I have to my client simply to refresh his memory.
What are we refreshing memory about?
One of the commissioners had questions about the reporting officer, and it's contained on that first page. So I was refreshing my client's memory.
As to that name. Understood, thank you.
You may proceed.
Okay, let's talk about Ms. Byrd's narrative contained in this incident report. Chief, you had mentioned that what officers do, are trained to do, is provide in detail their response to an incident. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
In Ms. Byrd's narrative, does she provide detail of her response after she hears shots fired until she gets to the park?
She does not. And that's what I was explaining that I find strange. I mean, I was an FTO, field training officer, for many, many years, and so was Miss Byrd. She actually taught the field training officer class. And you teach report writing, and you make sure that you put every single thing that you did for the most part in a report. And so that's why I found it strange that we talk about unloading barricades and then the shots were fired. And Officer P was on scene. He said this, stated he believed one of the suspect vehicles had gold rims. The next paragraph starts with, I entered Fifth Avenue Park from the west side. We were missing a whole bunch that we've heard for the last 4 days.
Nothing in her incident report about gold rims, is that right?
No,
Nothing in her incident report about following the other unit because it was potentially chasing a suspect, right?
correct.
Nothing in there about any reasoning for the response route that she took, right?
Correct.
And sitting here today, you're still wondering why she decided to take that roundabout, scenic way to Fifth Ave Park, correct?
Correct.
We were talking about the untrue statement about following the other unit, which we now know was Officer Riddle, because Officer Riddle was chasing another suspect or potentially chasing the gold rims suspect. And I think your testimony was, it's not in the incident report. If she had done that, it would be in the incident report. In addition to that, none of the actions she took demonstrated that she was actually secondary in a pursuit. No lights and sirens. Certainly taking her time, pulling out to follow that officer, not following any policy with respect to pursuit. Is that right?
Correct.
So is that, in your mind, untrue statement number 2?
Yes.
Do you believe she made an additional untrue statement in her interview with Lieutenant Kennedy?
I do. When asking her route, she says, I went up 3rd Avenue. And, I mean, obviously that didn't happen. I don't see how you get 3rd Avenue and 1st Avenue crossed.
Why not?
It's too long of a distance. I could see if maybe she said, I went up 5th and it was actually 3rd or vice versa. Not, I went up 3rd. No, you went several more blocks and went up 1st Avenue. Like I said, there's no good reason for me personally why if we're across the street, an officer is going to be on 1st Avenue.
In your experience, you've been in law enforcement a long time, and you were on patrol yourself and had to respond to incidents. Through that experience, through working with other officers, do you find it strange that she couldn't actually remember her full route?
I find it strange, yes, that she thought she went up, or she says she thought she went up 3rd Avenue, when in fact you drove another, roughly 3 blocks.
That's another statement that you believe at that time was untrue.
Yes.
Any other statements from the interview with Lieutenant Kennedy that you believe are untrue?
Yes.
And what are those?
So in the interview, Lieutenant Kennedy asked her, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm pretty close, I believe, is why didn't you just go across the street? Why the 5-minute response? I think that would have been the opportunity to go, I thought the officer running code was chasing somebody, so that's why I went that way. But that's not what was said. It straight was, we didn't know where the shots were coming from. So I find that strange. If that's truly you thought an officer was chasing a mass shooting suspect, that's what you say. Why didn't you go across the street? Because I thought he was chasing somebody. Thought he was chasing a mass shooting suspect. But instead, you say we don't know where the shots were coming from. Officer Riddle knew enough to go to turn into that entrance at the beginning before he heard Officer Pugh get on the radio. He knew to drive straight there. She's looking at it. We've gone over this for 4 days. 73 rounds are fired. She's looking at it. He's looking at it. She gets on the radio and says, we have multiple shots fired at 5th Avenue or 5th Ave. It's coming from the park. She should know. She says it. You're looking at it. You see people not running just everywhere, you see them running at an angle this way towards you. You know that it's coming from that area right there. I'm not saying you know specifically. I'm saying you know it's coming from that area right there. That's where you go. So you say that, and then you look at the video. And we've all seen it, we've all heard it. Sergeant Sweet says, "Do we know where this started?" Without hesitation, she says, "Yes." Not, "Well, I knew somewhere, I knew it was coming from the park." She says, "Yes. We were over there towing cars. We heard the gunfire. We saw people running. We knew it was coming from this area." Not saying she had to be specific, but that's the area where some of the shooting was coming from. That's where you go. And we've gone over it already today, but in her report, coming from the center of Fifth Avenue Park, if somebody doesn't know where it's coming from, and you say that in an interview, you don't get specific and say the center of Fifth Avenue Park. That's specific. And then the next paragraph, "I entered Fifth Avenue Park from the west side entrance and drove to the center where I believe to have heard the gunshots originate." And that's where a lot of them originated.
Let me break some of this down. The statements that Ms. Byrd made in her interview, or second interview with Lieutenant Kennedy, he was inquiring. This was 500, a little bit more, he says 570-something feet. 570-something feet away is where this occurred. Why didn't you just go directly to it? And her response is, "We didn't know where it was." Is that correct?
It is. I find it strange
And I'm
that,
not quoting her exactly. I'm
No, I
going to
know.
have everyone watch it. So this will be, you'll see exactly what she says.
I find it strange that, yes, she said that first, but then she expands on it. You have the luxury, and I'm paraphrasing, we can watch it. You have the luxury of seeing it after the fact. "We didn't know where it was coming from. We didn't know where it's coming from. That's why I just said shots fired." No, you said shots fired coming from Fifth Ave. Like I said, I'm not saying you're supposed to know the exact point, but she's an officer for 10 years, highly decorated, as we've heard. She knows where those shots are coming from, or she at least knows where she needs to go.
She knows the direction she needs to go in, right?
Yes, and the other thing too is there's a parking lot closer to Central Landing, closer from the pavilions to where Miss Byrd was, that we know had shell casings in there where people were shooting from.
And I do want to talk to you about that, but let's go if we can. And I don't know if anyone needs a break. I'm about to get into some videos. We can take a break or keep going. Just want to let you know that'll be a big portion.
Yes, let's take about a 15-minute break. I think we're all back, so we can go ahead and get started again.
Yes, sir, thank you. Chief Harris, we had just gone over a discussion about what you thought was one of the untruthful statements, and that was a statement basically that she wasn't sure where the problem was or where the shots were coming from. Is that right?
Yes.
And next, I was going to play, we have played some of these, but I will play them one more time to demonstrate so that the commission can then see what statements we're referring to. So if we can pull up Exhibit 12, Ms. Bird's interview, her second interview with Lieutenant Kennedy, starting at minute marker 22:55, and we will play till minute marker 23:20.
And Your Honor, briefly, I've made this objection before. I believe that when we take things out of context, we don't understand the before and the after, and that it's going to prolong things and make it longer, when we could just take the time now to play the whole investigated interview. Thank you.
And my position is that they can put on their case, and if she wants to play the whole video, she's more than welcome to.
May continue.
Thank you. So we will start at 22:55 and then end at 23:20, please.
And he was on the other side of the park, so this whole 160-something feet from where I didn't know exactly where that stuff was. I did not know. Like, you're able to look at it after you were here and they were here. You don't know that. And I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you and go back and forth on it. You got my GPS.
So Chief Harris, was that one of the times when you reviewed her second interview that you thought she was being untruthful about not knowing where the shots were coming from?
Yes.
Let's move forward to minute marker 26:50, and we will stop at 27:10.
So those are the things that are going to have to be answered. Why the 5-minute response? Why not just run to the problem?
Didn't know where the problem, you're looking at something because you know where, we didn't know where the problem was. At that point, I don't know the problem.
Is that another statement she made where she is indicating she did not know where the problem was, where shots were fired?
Yes. I'm not going to hold somebody to say, I knew it was exactly right here. You as an officer, especially a 10-year officer, knows when you hear that many rounds fired and see people running from that direction, very obvious on her own in-car camera, that that's where you need to go.
She knew where that was happening, right?
Yes.
May not have known exactly within a matter of feet where it was happening, but she knew where that problem was, right?
Yes, I wouldn't expect any officer to know exactly pinpoint location where it was happening, but you know as an officer, I need to get right there. And then I'll figure out the rest when I'm there.
Let's play one more. We'll go to minute marker 28:00. And we're going to end at 28:40.
That was great. That's what needed to happen. Needed to happen soon. Right? But when that stuff didn't occur, we didn't think those shots. We do it the same time. It doesn't matter if it's like green. We have videos. It doesn't matter. It's center, or out, their infamous, the guns, drugs, problems, that
I had no idea. I knew it was somewhere in the area. I had no idea. We didn't know if it was on bid house. We had no idea. We're looking at it after the fact. Okay.
Okay. Is that another time where she was indicated saying, we had no idea?
Yes. And I'll say to that too is the officer with 5.5 months, 6 months experience knew immediately to get in his car, drive, go, and try to pull in the parking lot where he believed they originated. And that's in the area where they originated.
He went in the direction of the people fleeing, right?
Yes.
Ultimately, you determined through reviewing Lieutenant Kennedy's investigation, through your own review of the investigative files, you identified those as untruthful statements. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that because you believe that Ms. Byrd knew where those shots were coming from? Again, not exactly, not within feet, but knew where the danger was, knew where it was occurring.
Yes.
And why do you believe that she knew where that was occurring? She knew where that danger was.
As I stated, she looked directly at where the shots were coming from multiple times. She explained to her sergeant when asked, do we know where this started? It wasn't, I had no idea where it was coming from. It was, yes. We heard the gunshots, we saw people running, and we knew it was coming from right in this area, or right here, or whatever it was, but it motioned in the area.
And she basically says, we were across the street.
Yes,
Right?
literally says that, and then writes in her report, is more specific, we knew it was coming from the center of Fifth Avenue Park. As we watched on a video, she says, I don't know where it was coming from. It could have been on Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue is not the center of the park. And then she drove her vehicle where she knew the gunshots had originated from.
And she states that as you reviewed her the narrative she had written for her instant report, and in there twice she states, right, twice that she knew the shots were coming from the middle of Fifth Ave Park, right?
From the center, she put, yes, from the center, she put twice, the center of Fifth Avenue.
And you referenced Sergeant Sweet's body cam. We've watched it numerous times. And in that body cam, are they standing basically between those two pavilions?
I think they're standing just south of the pavilions.
That be close to the middle or the center of Fifth
Yes.
Ave Park? And Miss Byrd is standing there and going, we knew it was coming from right here?
Yes, as I mentioned, the telltale sign to me is you look at I look at what's being said at the moment, and when he asks very point blank question, do we know where this started? As a very direct question. Do we know where this started? And she says, yes.
Says yes in the body cam video of Sergeant Sweet, is that right?
She says, yes, in the body camera of Sergeant Sweet, she says yes, meaning we knew where this started. And at 4 o'clock or 4:30 that morning, she corroborates that by writing it in her report.
In those portions of that video that we watched, she's being pressed on her response, right?
Yes,
Pressed on why didn't you go directly into the park, correct?
correct.
Do you think it seems to me, you're viewing this, you're making determinations about policy violations when you're looking at this interview. Is that an excuse?
Yes,
Basically, don't hold me accountable, I didn't know where it was coming from?
yes.
We know in general, truthfulness is important. Everyone is taught to be truthful. In being a law enforcement officer, your experience of over 20 years, is it particularly important in the law enforcement profession that you all be truthful?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
In this profession, that's all you have is your integrity, and your people rely to believe you in court, or when you're talking to victims, when you're talking to fellow officers. I've been taught, or I've learned, I should say, that some agencies have a, quote, Brady list. They do, for whatever reason. Conway Police Department does not, it will not. It's not fair to the officers that work there. It's not fair to the department. It's not fair to the citizens, and it's not fair to the officer that's put on the list. I mean, at the end of the day, you divulge that to the prosecuting attorney and the city attorney for that matter, and maybe there's other people I don't know. But anytime that officer has to go to court, that's going to be brought up if there's any good defense attorney.
And it's used as a way to challenge their credibility,
I
right?
mean, absolutely.
For you, as chief of Conway PD, is a finding of untruthfulness always a terminable offense?
Yes. It's been that way since long before I was a chief.
And so it then goes that if that was her only policy violation, she still would have been terminated, correct?
Yes. We've had officers in the past have lesser offenses that would have received not even a suspension and were untruthful and got fired.
Ultimately, you as chief of Conway PD, you make the final decision for these more aggravated disciplinaries like demotions, suspensions, terminations. Is that right?
I do.
In making a determination of what disciplinary you think is appropriate, what do you take into account? Is it you violate this policy, you're always going to get this disciplinary? Is it a one-shoe-fits-all? Is it that type? Or do you take into account other considerations?
No, you take other considerations, and I can't speak for other people, other chiefs, although I know for the most part working with them, but I'll speak for myself. I rely heavily on command staff. If you're not surrounding yourself with a good command, right? So I listen to everything they say. I take that in consideration. But other than that, when you're looking at any discipline, you look at inexperience or years of experience. I expect rookies to mess up. You know, at this job, I've always told people, you know, I'm assuming just as probably as in law, but you're drinking through a fire hose. They throw so much at you that, you know, you're inexperienced and you're a rookie for a while. That's why when you're looking at different things, that's why that comes into factor.
Would it be fair to say that you would hold an officer with 10 years of experience to a higher standard than a rookie?
Yes. Rookies, you know, they haven't have a lot of experience. They haven't had the opportunity to have a lot of training. I like to say sometimes they don't know what they don't know. Somebody with 10 years in this instance has been through a lot of training, right? We here have a lot of accolades, know what we're doing.
When you're considering disciplinaries for officers, you know, and in this case, we have a number, right, number of policy violations. Are you looking at, you know, the totality of everything that occurred?
In this instance, yes, absolutely. It's not just a single violation. It's, excuse me, it is the totality. It's the egregiousness of the event that happened, right? You're looking at, we live in a world today where mass shootings are happening all the time. You know, active shooters. And that's the world we live in. And we have to have the trust of the citizens that we're going to do what we need to do. We're going to answer that call. We're going to be there when they need us. I've taught active shooter. I've taught our officers, and I've told them, if you're not willing to be the first one on scene and run into the building, or when you're hearing that gunshot, then quit. This job's not for you. Doesn't mean you're a terrible person. Doesn't mean you're a bad person. Everybody wants to wear the badge, but not everybody can.
You were reviewing the responses for many of the officers who responded after the mass shooting. Chief, what were you looking for? What did you want to see from your officers that were responding?
Well, when the AI came up and then Lieutenant Kennedy, you know, got the GPS, we wanted to see, I had questions, is this a whole problem? It's unheard of. And that's why, like I said, I had a lot of frustration when I first found out. I had two officers driving not just away, but they were across the street. And we received training, and the officer in the state has the training. And it's been said, and we know, you go direct to threat. That is something that is ingrained in us, second nature. So I need to see, what are my other officers doing? How this came out. And we've heard it for 4 days, right? We did see other things that officers should have ran code, all right? And they didn't. And, I'm not going to sit here and say I was just totally angry by that because I take into effect what we just talked about. I got a lot of officers that are young. I mean, and it's no secret, since 2020, every agency's had a lot of turnover, and we're building back up and we're getting there. So yes, we look at their responses. And what did they do?
So ultimately, what you wanted to see was urgency, getting
Yes.
getting to the scene, getting there quickly, getting there efficiently and effectively to respond to that mass shooting, correct?
Correct. We're not going to do everything perfect. And I know this. And I try to relate this to the young officers is, look, don't try to worry about doing everything perfect because then you're going to mess up doing something. But yes, the officers that did not immediately run code, they got their first thing when they heard Miss Bird come across that radio. I've been there. When you hear that and you hear multiple shots fired, your blood pressure, your heart rate goes up. And I was actually proud that I guarantee you that happened. And their first instinct was to punch it and get there.
As you referenced, and as Counselor Byrd has brought up, other officers may have also violated some policies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you think that every policy violation deserves a disciplinary?
No, I do not. I believe sometimes, and especially in your younger officers, and especially this case, officers that have 2 years lesser experience, I believe in holding people accountable. Don't get me wrong on that. However, not every policy, especially a lesser policy violation, deserves discipline. Sometimes it gets better of bringing that officer in, setting that officer down, and discussing with him or her, hey, this is what you did. This is what could happen, right? I agree with counsel over there that, you know what, yeah, something bad could have happened. And we would have had to answer for that. So that's how you sit down and you explain to them hey, I appreciate the urgency. I appreciate that your first reaction was to get there quickly because you understood the significance of the event that was unfolding. But you also say, but next time, please, I need you to do this and use your lights and siren because, as Mr. Newcomb says, if you go down that road at 80 miles an hour and a car pulls out and you don't have your lights and sirens on, we're at fault. But I don't think every time a young officer especially does something like that, you're just discipline. You will break an officer down, and that's what makes officers leave.
In reviewing the responses from the other officers, did you see that urgency, that desire to get there, to respond to the mass shooting?
I did.
I want to look at some of the dash cams from those other officers. Let's talk about Officer Justin Kyers, and that's Keijers. Did Officer Kyers respond to the mass shooting?
He did.
How long has Officer Kyers been on his own on patrol?
We just had his 2-year probationary review, so roughly a year and 5 months.
When this shooting occurred?
Yes.
Definitely less than 10 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We can pull this up, and I think this is Officer Kyers' dash cam video. I'll play a portion of it for you, Chief, and tell me if you believe that is Kyers' dash cam. Well, we know it is. It says it in the bottom right.
Yes.
So we'll play it from 00 to 014. We can stop it there. During that portion, do you see Officer Kyers driving fast?
I do.
Does he almost hit 70 miles per hour?
He does.
At that time, does he have lights and sirens on?
He does not.
Okay. Let's keep playing and we'll end at 2:53.
All right, I'll let you know.
And at this part of the video, is he driving down 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
He's turning up Central Landing?
Yes, ma'am.
We can stop it there. Some questions about what we just reviewed, Chief. Is that the type of urgent response that you would expect to see from officers?
I would, and part of the counseling would be, hey, I appreciate your urgency, but let's make sure we get there. You be in control when we drive
With your lights and sirens on?
with your lights and sirens on. Yes.
He ultimately did turn on his lights and sirens, is that right?
Yes.
And also driving quickly to respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And we see in that video with his lights and sirens on, did you see other vehicles getting out of his way?
I did.
Did you see that he was able to get through stop signs, get through stop lights,
I did.
and get through them quickly, correct?
Correct.
Slowing down, but still getting through them quickly, not having
Yeah.
to stop. We looked at that last portion, he was going down 6th Street. Did you see significant traffic on 6th Street at that time?
I did not. Not more than usual.
And 6th Street is 4-lane, correct?
Yes.
And then you saw him turn up Central Landing. Did you see significant traffic on Central Landing until he hit the park?
I did not.
Where was Officer Kyers coming from generally?
He was coming from, so well, that's when he turns his camera on. But I believe he was coming from the Housing Authority off of South Davis Street in Robbins areas.
Did he ever go away from the mass shooting?
He did not.
Coming from a farther distance than Miss Byrd?
Yes. Yes,
Did he get there before Miss Byrd?
he did.
Let's talk about Officer Autumn Smith. Did Autumn Smith respond to the mass shooting?
She did.
How long has Officer Smith been on her own in patrol?
I believe around 4.5 years.
Less time than Miss Byrd, is that correct?
Yes.
We'll look at a portion of her dash cam footage. We will start at 00 and play to 15. Chief Harris, during that portion of the video, is Miss Smith driving quickly?
Very. Yes.
Does she hit over 70 miles an hour?
Yes.
At that time, does she have her lights and sirens on?
She does not.
Let's keep playing and we'll play to 1 minute 36. We can stop there for now. Does that demonstrate to you an officer driving with urgency?
It does.
Did Ms. Smith ultimately turn on her lights and sirens?
She did.
And is she still driving fast to get to the scene?
She is.
Where was Ms. Smith coming from?
Roughly by College in Donaghy, by UCA campus.
Was that a farther distance than Ms. Byrd was coming from?
I believe it's roughly 2.5 miles.
So farther, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Autumn Smith, we're about to watch a subsequent portion while she's still in response, but does she ultimately drive up Third Avenue?
She does.
And Third Avenue, from your review of Autumn Smith's video, which we'll play for the commission, was Third Avenue clear?
It was.
Did Ms. Smith go through there just before Brittany Byrd went through Third Avenue?
She did.
If we can play that, we're starting at 2:06 and we will play until 2:40. Is that the turn on to Third?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We can stop it there. So that portion of Third Avenue, we saw her driving down. Did it appear to have traffic?
It did not.
In fact, there was only one vehicle she saw, and that vehicle was when she was turning onto Maple. Is that right?
Correct.
And there are residences on either side, correct?
Yes.
She was able to pick up speed, correct?
Yes.
Able to move fast down Third Avenue, correct?
Correct.
In fact, she almost hit 70 miles an hour running down Third Avenue, correct?
Yes.
And had her lights and sirens on, correct?
On Third Avenue?
Did she, was
I think
missing them?
I think she actually had them off at some point and then turned it back on.
Okay. But ultimately did have them on at portions of Third Avenue?
Yes.
And in the response prior that we saw, she had them on.
Yes.
Let's talk about Officer Nathan.
Counselor, I got a question.
Yeah.
I noticed those lights, the cameras were on before the lights came on. Did they initiate that themselves or?
Your camera will kick back 30 seconds.
Okay, that's right. We've been.
If we can move on to Officer Nathan Watkins, who's been the subject of a lot of testimony. Did Officer Watkins, I had the wrong one pulled up. We'll watch this until the 33-second mark. And I think, sorry, I might have had the wrong time down. Sorry, let's play it to 1:45. Did that demonstrate to you, Chief Harris, that Officer Watkins was responding with urgency?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he driving quickly?
He was.
Did you ultimately have both lights and sirens on?
He did.
Did you see other vehicles getting out of his way?
Yes.
Did you see that he was able to get through traffic lights?
Yes,
Did you see that he drove over curbs to get to where he needed to get?
he did.
Did Officer Watkins get there before Miss Byrd?
He did.
Let's go back, and I can see I've messed up my paralegal because I went ahead and skipped one section. So we were going to talk about Officer Murray. I apologize to everyone. That was the order I was supposed to go through. We'll talk about Murray and take a look at his. And some questions first on Officer Murray. He did respond to the mass shooting, is that correct?
He did.
How long has Officer Murray been on his own as a patrol officer?
I want to say roughly around 2 years, maybe just a little less.
Less than 10 years, is that right?
Yes.
So let's watch portions of this. I think it's broken up into 2 videos. So this first one's 33 seconds, and we'll watch it. Is Officer Murray driving quickly in that video?
He is.
And during the beginning, he does not have on lights and sirens. Is that correct?
He does not.
Ultimately, he does, in that video, demonstrates that he turns on his lights. Is that correct?
It does.
Let's look at the next. Again, it's broken up. I'm not sure why. We've got 2. So the next set of the Murray dash cam video. We'll start at 00, and we'll play to 1 minute. Is he traveling up Central Landing there?
He is.
We can stop it there. So we see another portion of Murray's response there. Is he driving quickly in that response?
He is.
Does he ultimately have his lights on?
He did.
And then does he ultimately turn on his sirens, or is that unclear? I couldn't tell. You tell me
He
what
does
see.
at the very end. I think he's feeding off the vehicle in front of him.
The vehicle in front of him had lights and sirens on, is
Yes.
that right? Where was Officer Murray coming from?
Off of Sanders Street, I think, behind Walmart North, the old Walmart.
And did he also get there before Officer Byrd?
He did.
Let's talk about Officer Riddle. Another young officer. Did Officer Riddle respond to the mass shooting?
He did.
And again, how long had Officer Riddle been on his own on patrol?
I think roughly, I want to say 4.5, 5 months, but maybe 5.5 months.
And since we've looked at all the others, let's look at Officer Riddle's dash cam. We won't watch all of it, certainly. But that would be, it's already been admitted, that is Respondent's Exhibit 11, and we'll start at minute 25. think we move ahead about a minute. It's okay. We're starting at 25. Yeah, it's perfect. We can stop it there. In that, do we see that Officer Riddle is using lights and sirens?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he traveling fast down Central Landing?
He is.
Did you see, was there a lot of traffic on Central Landing when he was turning into Central Landing?
No, there wasn't.
A lot of traffic on Central Landing when he starts traveling south on Central Landing?
No, actually, and that's what I was mentioning earlier. The two cars in front of him actually got over and out of the way.
No indication he was chasing a suspect, correct?
Correct.
We see, again, there are mentions of pedestrians being in the way and other vehicles being in the way. Officer Riddle got past other vehicles, correct?
Correct.
Got past the street vehicle, right?
Yes.
Got past a tow truck, right?
Yes.
Got past pedestrians that were running in front of him, correct?
Yes.
He was going towards the shooting, correct?
Correct.
Now here, at this portion where I've stopped us, we see him turning onto 6th. Is that right?
Correct.
Let's play a portion of this while he's driving down 6th. And here he's turning onto 5th Ave, is that right?
Yes.
We can pause it there. Did you see a lot of traffic on 6th?
I did not.
Did Officer Riddle have any problems going down the short span he needed to down 6th?
No, he did not.
Where was Officer Riddle coming from?
Same parking lot as Miss Bird.
Did he get to 5th Ave Park before Miss Bird?
He did.
I want to talk about another officer. We can take that down. I think we've all seen Officer Riddle's travel up Fifth Avenue numerous times. Actually, before I do that, I do need to move for admission of the Kyers dash cam, the Autumn Smith dash cam, the Watkins dash cam, and the 2 portions of the Murray dash cam. So I think the Kyers dash cam will be 14. The Autumn Smith dash cam will be 15. The Watkins dash cam will be 16. And the first portion of the Murray dash cam is 17. The second portion of the Murray dash cam is 18. Let's complete our discussion of these officers responding. There was another officer out there, right? An Officer Lopez, is that right?
Correct.
Officer Lopez, tell me about his response.
His response was what we call probably code 1. He is a very new officer. I think we discussed Lopez. And I think I said that, I don't even think Lopez knew if he could respond code 3. He is a new officer. He's a good officer. He'll be a good officer. I like to think he will, but he was coming from out west. And oftentimes when you have something, not of this magnitude, but even lower, when somebody comes out and dispatches 2 officers to a volatile scene, like I said, not even to this magnitude, you'll have officers self-dispatch. And then they'll say, hey, show me en route, everything. And these young officers, they haven't built up that hey, I can do that yet, or, and I just truly believe he didn't know what he didn't know and didn't know if he should go there or could go there. Maybe he should go there, but he can't be going fast. So
Was he a ways away in a more western area?
he is. He was, if I'm remembering correctly, all the way at college and probably country club or maybe. And I know it was that far out. I just don't know exactly what street.
Did Officer Lopez ultimately respond?
Yes.
But he responded code 1 the entire way. Is
Yes. That is my, yes.
In contrast to these other officers, did Miss Byrd have her lights on?
No.
Did she have her sirens on?
No.
Did she respond with urgency?
No, and I'm still, I still don't know why, for the most part. She was asked in her interview, why did you not use your lights and siren? And I believe it was the first time that Lieutenant Kennedy asked her that. And I believe her words were, I don't know, I can't answer that. I find that very odd. This is a 10-year officer with a mass shooting, just heard that, and your answer to why you didn't use your lights and siren were, I don't know, I can't answer that.
You talked about taking a direct route. It's pretty obvious what direct routes are when you're across the street. Then it gets more obvious of what is an indirect route. You think Miss Byrd going down Central Landing, bypassing Fifth Avenue, bypassing Third, which we just saw was clear, bypassing Second, and going up First, her last opportunity to get up to Fifth Ave Park from Sixth, do you think that was a direct route?
No, ma'am. And like I said previously, I have no thought process on why she ended up on First Avenue.
And unlike these officers that we just looked at and their responses, Miss Byrd was a seasoned Conway Police Department officer, is that right?
Yes.
Had been in patrol the entire 10 years that she was with Conway PD, correct?
Yes, patrol canine, but yes, still assigned to patrol.
K-9 is part of patrol,
Yes.
correct? We reviewed a number of the policy violations specific to Ms. Byrd, and I want to make sure I haven't missed anything. Is there anything else that you think is important to you in making your determination of termination? Talked about each policy violation. I know this kind of all play in together, and many of the things overlap. But in viewing this and your determination of, I think the only option is termination, is there anything else that stuck out to you?
I think it just goes to the totality, but it's twofold. Like I said, everybody knows at the police department, we teach at day one to the rookies of their first day. We tell them you can survive a lot of things at the police department. We know officers are going to make mistakes, but being untruthful, you don't survive. So you take that and put that to the side. Before I even knew there was untruthfulness, and I guess it just hits because I've taught it. I guess it's hit because I've spent my career on patrol or SWAT or anything else that we had a mass shooting that was bigger than anything that I've had in my career. And for whatever reason.
Mr. Chairman, if this is a reason he did for termination, there was no listing of that in the letter as required by the statute. I just wanted to make my objection. I know what you'd ruled earlier, but where there's no question that we're objecting to bringing in a new cause that was not mentioned in the letter of termination as the statute requires.
And Chief Harris, I want to make sure we're clear. You're not bringing up a new reason that you terminated her, correct?
No, ma'am.
This all goes to certain of these, right? Conduct unbecoming, that encompasses a lot. Unsatisfactory performance, that encompasses a lot. You're not sitting here trying to say, oh, and there's another policy violation out there, are you?
I'm not.
You're giving us your view of this in determining that she violated those policies, conduct unbecoming, unsatisfactory performance. What went into your thought process? Is that correct?
Correct.
So you can now continue with your answer.
And so that's what I thought about, truthfulness aside, is I still, when asked, I still did not receive, not I asked, but when the investigator asked, valid reasons for a lot of questions. We've still yet to answer and touch on why we turned our camera off. That shows to intentionality to me. She intentionally shut off her camera. Okay, she intentionally drove the wrong way. As we all seen, she intentionally turned off her blue lights, or her cruise lights, as I like to say. She intentionally drove away from the park to First Avenue. And then when asked about her actions, she intentionally was untruthful. So that to me, the questions didn't get answered when she had the opportunity to answer them. Had she followed Officer Riddle and got there at the same time, we wouldn't be here.
There's been a lot of discussion about commendations, awards, a Medal of Valor, doing well afterwards, right? Responding once she got there, tending to victims. Have you heard that testimony?
I have.
Have you had officers, good officers, that have had a bad day, a day when they violated policy?
I have.
Have you had good officers, commendable action, or failed to take an action that on that day it resulted in termination?
There have been some, yes.
Are there sometimes actions that are taken or not taken that in your mind are so egregious that no matter how good of an officer you've been in the past, termination is the only option?
Yes.
And you have done that before?
I have terminated someone, yes, for an action that he made. We wouldn't rise to the level of commendations or everything, but yes, made an action and was terminated.
And it was a good officer?
I mean, yes, fair officer.
Even an officer like Brittany Byrd, who they are saying has all of these awards, can she also have a day when she takes actions or fails to take action that the only option for you is termination?
Unfortunately, yes. I mean, I look for ways when it rises to that. I try to find ways not to terminate somebody.
But again, you have to have officers you can rely on in your police department, right?
Absolutely.
The other officers need to be able to rely on the officers next to them, correct?
Yes.
Citizens of Conway need to be able to rely on officers that they will respond when there is an active shooter, correct?
Correct.
And instead of responding, Ms. Byrd left it to two rookies, right?
Correct.
We've talked about throughout this speed and the certain speeds of officers. For some, we can actually see their speed, correct?
Correct.
For Ms. Byrd, we don't have that option, correct?
Correct.
And you heard Lieutenant Kennedy talking about him averaging her speed with distance and time, correct?
Correct.
Is speed that important to you?
It's not. And I'll tell you why. We've sat in here today and argued about who's an expert, who's not an expert, who knows what, who doesn't know what. Well, I'm the guy that doesn't know what, right? And I look at facts. Doesn't matter how fast she got down Central Landing or down 6th Street. The fact that we ended up at First Avenue when you're across the street with no valid reason. We can talk urgency. You're across the street from a mass shooting, but Autumn Smith, who's roughly 2.5 miles away, beat you there. That's factual to me. I don't, if you braking and going 40 miles an hour here, I mean, I would have the same questions if you were going 100 miles an hour west on Sixth Street and you went up First Ave, I would have questions.
What's important for you in looking at that when we're talking about speed is really, Annie, what I find important is she's on First Avenue.
Yes.
It's not about the speed that she was going. Now, certainly we saw officers who were going at high speeds, and we know their speeds because of their dash cam. But she was over on First Avenue. Other officers coming from across town beat her to the scene, correct?
Yeah, I think it would be safe to assume, and it's my opinion, I'll state that a lot of these 4 days would have been shortened down just had her lights been on, lights and camera been on. We would have answered a lot of questions.
Seen the route through her own eyes.
Seen the route, seen the speed.
I want to pull up an exhibit, and it is a petitioner's exhibit. It's a aerial surveillance or aerial shot of Fifth Ave Park. Oh, my paralegal's gone for the day. She has to go to law school this evening. She's doing part-time.
Probably don't want me to.
It's something. We can skip that, and if it's 4:48, I do have a little bit more to cover. We can break for now. I will go past 5 for sure with what I have left. So my point is we can break now and then come back. I think we're scheduled for the 16th. My paralegal will be back and she can play the last bit of exhibits that I have, if that is okay with everyone.
Fine with me.
Thank you.